our defense establishment, because many of the research activities get sponsored by the defense establishment. So these are the 4 pillars on which we will have to create this science and technology infrastructure for the next 25 years. For this particular session, the theme is doubling private sector investment in R&D by 2030. I actually believe that this has to be even more than doubling, because currently private sector is investing approximately, by certain estimates, 0.3% of GDP. I strongly believe that this investment has to go to 1.5%. That means it has to go to 5%, and it has to become sooner than later. I'm happy to say that I am seeing a change in the last 7-8 years. Now, if our startups, our entrepreneurial ecosystem can now attract $25 billion a year, and that's what they have done in the last 12 months, how can we make our research infrastructure, the research ecosystem, attract at least a third or a fourth of that? This is private investment that is coming into the startup ecosystem. So how can we do this? This will come from domestic companies, it will come from multinationals, it will come from public sector undertakings. So it will come from everywhere, and it will come from philanthropic organizations also. So in our panel, I would like us to focus on 2-3 points actually. First and foremost, do we have the right structures to make this happen? What I mean by structure is, when the money comes in, how is it governed? How is reporting done? How is accountability done? Do we have special focus on fundraising in our academic institutions, industry interface in our academic institutions? So that's what I mean by structures. And wherever I have seen successes in fundraising in academic institutions, I find that they have structures, unique structures, and we need to look at what are the best practices and how we can make this actually standard practice across all academic institutions. So, see, traditionally our academic institutions are focused on knowledge dissemination. Now, of course, we are focusing on knowledge creation. We need to look at knowledge application as the third pillar. And when we look at knowledge application, again, these structures become very important and role of industry becomes very important. I believe that knowledge creation, knowledge dissemination, knowledge application, all of them should be very important. The second point I would like us to discuss is co-location. How far or how close should industry be with our research establishment, with our academic institution, etc. And again, there are different business models. I hope Taslim will talk about the CCAMP experiment, which I think, he may not say this, but I will say this. It's probably the best example of a entrepreneurial ecosystem co-located with a research establishment, and a good example of translational research happening. So I strongly believe that location is also very, very important. Structures like research parks, incubators, etc. are very important. Third point, and I hope we will be able to cover this, is how can we incentivize? Incentives like tax breaks, maybe graduated tax breaks, so we can identify maybe specific sectors where we can give incentives, more incentives than sectors that are already very, where we are very, very strong. So that's one aspect of incentive. The second aspect of incentive, and I'm proposing this here, is where we have the 2% CSR requirement for private sector enterprises. I propose that 1% of that is spent on today's problem, that is to uplift people who are less privileged, less well off, who have challenges today. But 1% of this is spent on solving the problems and creating a better future for ourselves. For example, that 1% could be spent on water, drinking water for the country through research so that the problem is solved forever. That 1% could be spent on cancer, diseases for which we don't have cures and which are highly prevalent. That 1% could be spent on antimicrobial resistance. That will be a very significant money, and this automatically can be routed. But whenever we do this, we also need to understand that unlike solving today's problems, solving future problems means it's open-ended. Research is not something that will deliver results in a predictable manner. Sometimes you go off on, for example, let's say cure for Alzheimer's disease. We have not found a cure for Alzheimer's disease. Now, if you go and spend money, we need to make sure that we give them little space to experiment and fail. Again, I come back to startups. If you accept that out of 10 startups, 8 startups can fail, and the investors are willing to lose money on those 8 startups, they make up money on the remaining 2. Why can't we, on our research, also say that some of the research will fail? How can you expect every single research program to succeed? I think that's something that we need to discuss. So on the 2%, 1% is spent on research, we need to give flexibility to the organizations to produce when research has to be produced. And last, consortium approach, where MSMEs, if they want to participate, we need to look at structures, consortium approach where they can come together to address the issues. So I will stop here and will request Dr. Akhilesh Gupta to make his opening remarks. And he told me that he has actually specific proposals which again he wants to present to this August audience. Thank you very much. Dr. Akhilesh Gupta.
Thank you, sir. First of all, very good morning to everybody. Whatever I am going to present is, of course, the kind of outcome of the consultation that we did as part of the formulation of Science and Technology Innovation Policy. So I'm going to be very brief, but I'm just taking forward the suggestion that the chairman mentioned. Let me. These are some couple of suggestions that come out from the consultation with industry, with R&D institution, government, and leaders. So the first suggestion is that R&D incentive to industry, and as Dr. Krish mentioned that this kind of there are some incentives already given, but I think we need some more intervention in this area. For example, one idea is the patent box regime that was introduced as part of the the patent policy in 2016. Good step by Government of India, but we need more incentive. So this, as per the patent box, there is a tax benefit one patentee get as part of the filing and grant of patent. But we need more like infringement benefits and the notional and the kind of benefit that gives from the successive manufacturing. Unfortunately, the innovation is very minimal in the MSMEs, although startup and all others are doing so much of innovation. We need some direct financial support to industry. This is what is the MSMEs have been demanding, and this benefit should be as a mix of loan, equity, and grant. We've been mostly giving, for example, the GIRAC model or the TDV models are good models, but a more kind of widening the scope of that model needed in this case. Our team, in Punjab University Center for Policy Research has developed a new public-private partnership model, which is, somewhat getting some clue from the international best practices model like Catapult model or Fraunhofer model of Germany and all. Based on that, this model has been developed, and I think we need today the government facilitated but industry-led model. I think in India, except IIT Madras, which has a research park, there is nowhere an effective public-private partnership model in R&D is there. R&D cluster has been very successful. The Office of PSA has been taking initiatives. Several city clusters are there. And this is being talked around the world that India, some of these clusters are making big intervention in terms of bringing, academia, industry, and government together. This we need to replicate. I think PSA has already taken that initiative. It's now going to be more and more cities going to be covered. So this is another demand from the industry, and just bringing this here, that they want that more such clusters should be placed in different cities. There is one issue that is very important, is that FDI issue. So the MNC, the multinationals have been, in fact, kind of a demand had been coming that government of India should provide some kind of incentive for large FDI in the city. The good news is that recently, in last few years, I would say there has been several fold increase in the FDI. Last year itself, there has been six-fold increase in if you see the data for last 10 years, there's six-fold increase in the FDI, equity inflow to country. Nearly $343 million has been, kind of brought as an inflow to through FDI in last year, 2021. Now that 100% FDI is permitted under the automatic route, so this may need more facilitation on this thing. And in fact, some of the states are doing very well. Karnataka is in fact highest FDI inflow, followed by Telangana and Haryana, and then some more states. So I think there's good FDI inflow taking place, and this is really going to be very helping because it's going to put economy on a very high thing. Also, as the chairman mentioned, that CSR fund, now that government has allowed CSR fund for R&D, and more incentives are being provided as part of the CSR use. I mean, this can get further facilitated and enhanced this thing. The idea of crowd funding and philanthropic sources funding is also gaining. One sec, the chairman himself is then he was mentioning more than 350 crore he has invested into R&D. So such philanthropy is gaining momentum in India, and that's going to help so much in, and especially the money available through crowd funding for microfinancing. One issue that government has been working, and we have been kind of working for facilitating, is the public procurement. So this is like policy that whatever project is developed through government support, by say startups or industry or anybody, that should be brought back by the government and then should be brought as part of the public procurement system. And in fact, again, TSA has been working on this. DST also has been proposing, kind of working on this thing. How do we bring this as, quite a policy where the products funded by government can be brought back to the government for public use. A last issue that I wanted to flag is the state S&T fund. States have been receiving fund from government as part of, center sector schemes. But, this fund has been, S&T is the only domain perhaps which doesn't have any centrally sponsored scheme on with state government. So we are pushing that idea, and this will actually do a lot of impact in industry, academia, collaboration at the state level, because state is not in a position today to encourage research as a core priority issue of their state. These are the issues that, I'm just presenting what has come out as a part of the formulation of SCF policy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Akhilesh. Very, very specific points, and we will come back to a couple of these things after when we get into discussion. Now let me request Dr. Taslim Sarif to make his remarks.
Thank you. It's not, I'll use this. Good morning, everyone. Dignitaries on the dais. It's a pleasure to be here and also speak among very seniors in the fraternity who are deeply involved in building different aspects of it. What I want to talk about largely is the continuing the approach what Chair has mentioned today, and I think Dr. Gupta very succinctly took it forward in terms of how there is a very interesting view happening where the science knowledge or knowledge generation, knowledge dissemination, and knowledge application that takes place and how it gets built forward. If I may look at the field of biotech as a perspective of deep tech or deep science, I think a very interesting trajectory is emerging. And what I want to do today is possibly give you a glimpse of that trajectory very, very quickly, and then possibly link that glimpse to what could be done forward to scale that trajectory up. So biotechnology sector is seeing an interesting trajectory in India over the last 10 years with clear emergence of the very phenomenal work done by equivalents of DBT, BIRAC, DST and STDB, and NITI IM, and many other capabilities which are built in, but very dedicated effort in terms of taking things forward. The schemes like Nimitli and others from CSIR and many other efforts have actually built really phenomenal work. Can we go to the next slide, please? What we are seeing, actually what you see a trend, and there is a dedicated thing, what you see on the left side of the thing is number of startups in India emerging every year in biotech, which is really remarkable. On the right side, what you're seeing is actually Indian biotech industry valuation, and you can see the trajectory is actually significantly upwards. It is not even incremental upward, it is significantly upward, which is showing, I'm showing the two sides of the coin, if I may say so for now. On the left is emergence of biotech, and the second side is emergence of industry valuation, which is really, really phenomenal, while we do know that the dollar valuation is at different stage right now. Even at that billion-dollar valuation, we are really, really, really well. Of course, this is not compared to many other sectors of India, possibly IT sector, but this is an important sector for India. All we know, health, agri, animal health, and environment goes through this sector significantly. And hence, this sector is very, very important. It touches us immediately. It touches all of us immediately, something we need to work on heavily. If I can go to the next slide, please. India's positioning as an emerging leader in biotech startup world is very clear now. And I really want to give a very quick examples of how we are actually slowly and steadily, we are not necessarily saying we are the leaders, but we are actually getting closer to it. And I'll give you quick examples of if I can do that. Can you go next slide, please? Of course, we have really become the, no, can you go to the previous slide, please? Second largest startup ecosystem in the world, which is not at all a small thing at all. People are talking about different characteristics of it. I'll not go into details of each number, considering I have short time. But if you can see this, and then having the presence of Prime Minister to build India's leading effort in terms of biotech startup for Biotech Expo earlier this year, clearly shows the positioning that India is doing as an emerging leader in the biotech startup world. I think we are on this particular path to go forward. And if I can put the next slide. What is the global scenario as we speak? While we saw India, what is the global scenario? And if I can get the next slide on that. With health becoming more and more important globally, along with agriculture, climate, biotech has a very crucial role to play. And these are really crucial points. If I can get next slide, please. This is the top 5 fastest growing startup industries by volume of investment globally. And you just see on the top is healthcare. I think this is a global scenario. And if India, if we are actually putting our efforts in this sector in terms of knowledge generation, deep science, deep tech, this is an effort that we have to come to and take it to the next level. This is really remarkable. The world is going. And now, yeah, you can go to next slide, please. I want to give you a quick perspective from what the chair, Dr. Chris, mentioned about it, what we have been able to do from our little effort at CCAM. We have now around 320 startups. But the best thing about this, according to me, is not only a number, but also each one of them are doing something scientifically, attempting to do globally competitive and a breakthrough science to the next level. And that is something that we heard today. We heard from Prime Minister, we heard from PSA, we heard from Dr. Rajesh Gokhale yesterday, that how we want science to be bold, how we want science to allow it to be failed, and see if some of those, when they become big, the returns are actually much bigger than what we anticipate together. So the boldness in terms of allowing science to fail, boldness in terms of mindset of supporting startup is a very important thing. And some signs of fruition that have come here. So there have been signs of these investments which have been made in last 10 years, the way I started, are actually starting to show, which are based on solid science, which are competing globally, because biotech or deep science is not the field which is on the market capture base, that if I capture the market of India, I will have that. This is actually a global view. And if I can go to next slide, please. I just want to show you one example, which is the recent most example. Some of 7 startups at deep tech startup at CCAM, in last quarter itself have raised 550 crores in 1 quarter. And this is really remarkable, not to say the number, but biotech startups raising this in 1 quarter itself as an investment, that too from what you would call it as largely from European investments. What we actually saw, the players like Aquapark from Europe, players others, who actually have now invested in Indian startups who are doing globally competitive work in what kind of fields, if I may quickly say those. These are the fields, something that Chris mentioned, antimicrobial resistance, which is Bugworks, fields like String Bio, which is doing on synthetic biology work for climate. You have iStem for stem cell therapy for vision disorder and neurodegeneration. You have examples like C6, which is using aqua, ocean farming for agriculture. Really diverse, but really deep science, which is globally competitive. And global investors are coming and putting in not because of e-commerce play. And this is something that I wanted to say. This is really a science play which is competitive globally and taking forward. And if I can go to the next slide, please. And this is, again, this is for a glimpse of it. If you can see, what did early stage investment on the left side, second column, if you see, second row, 75 crores were invested in early ideas. What have those in 320 or 300 startups or less? The follow-on funding has been 2,000 crores on that. The early stage risk funding has read 2,000 crores of follow-on funding at the valuation of 6,000 crores in total. And this is what the investment in early stage risk science could actually lead to if you actually handhold it well, if you can provide the environment, the ecosystem, the research and innovation ecosystem together, and the handholding can come together. And this is remarkable, according to me, the way we are going. Not at all to say that we are at the San Francisco Bay Area, we are at the San Diego Bay Area, we are at the Boston, we are there. No, but we are on the way. And if we do well, we can do that. So now to go there, what do we have to do? I just wanted to come to that. If I can go next slide, please. So early stage funding in deep tech and deep science is actually picking up. It's a very encouraging view that if you do well, this can happen. And very important to know, and I want to put it, deep tech or deep science or biotech is a sector that has a long gestation. And this is going to scale. When you actually seeded it early on, these are going to scale further on. And these are just the early signs. This is not the end of the circle. It is beginning of a fruition circle. And I am very sure it's going to go scale up significantly. And that is something I just wanted to keep a note. If I go to the next slide, please. So what do we need to do? And this is my last slide. If I have taken too much time, this is my last slide. What do we need to do? We are at the early stage of this scale, but this cannot happen on its own. Now we have to intervene and ensure that the fruition stage, the nurturing is at the next level. We cannot keep on the same pace and hope that this will go to the next level. We need to build and test models for public-private partnerships for mid-stage and funding for risk. There is a lacuna in terms of mid-stage risk funding. Government has done a phenomenal role in early-stage funding. At the mid-stage funding, there is a lacuna. There have to be models where we can incentivize VC, incentivize corporates, incentivize government in a way to see these early results and build models to do that. We need to look at models where VCs and industry can partner with government to do that. And there are models globally, including Israel's of the world and others who have done that. And there could be of schemes where the capabilities in the industry, capabilities in academia, capabilities in other sectors can come together. What we need possibly, and this is a one-pointer for now, a suggestion, we absolutely right now need a dedicated structured arm or platform to do that. We may not have multiple schemes, but need one arm to say, this is your mid-stage risk fund capability, and this is where we need to immediately do that. And if we can do it dedicatedly and call for corporates, call for government, call for state governments to come in, I think there is a way that we can build a substantial capability to fund the risk stage, scale-up stage. So but what we need, we clearly need a target delivery of building this deep science-based world-leading innovations from India, for India and beyond. Being in the system, I feel very, very confident that we have the capability to do it, we have the content, we have resources. What we need is now convergence of those. And that is something possibly we are here today. The convergence of resources, convergence of intent, convergence of the other components that we are all working otherwise. Let's converge those and make sure that this does happen. There is a potential and we need to realize it together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Taslim, for those wonderful points. Now let me request Srimati Mukta.
So can I just intervene? Ladies and gentlemen, we are joined by our panelists, Professor Amit Prashant, Director, IIT Gandhinagar. We welcome you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Now let me request Srimati Mukta Sinha, Principal Secretary, Government of Rajasthan, for making her opening comments.
Very good morning to everyone. On behalf of the Government of Rajasthan, allow me to sincerely thank the Government of India for organizing this center state conclave, and also to the Government of Gujarat for their wonderful hospitality. It's been a delight to be here, and thank you for the opportunity to share how we at the grassroots level, the policy makers, feel. Probably as part of the translational consultation, some of the inputs that we provide might just be useful based on the experience that we face at the field. To sincere gratitude also to the moderator for this session and to all the esteemed fellow panelists. We live in a very paradoxical world, and as our Honorable Union Minister said yesterday, hyper-specialization, and we also know that there is a culture which talks of the depth of expertise. So we live in that kind of a world of paradox. I've always believed that the research of yesterday is the science of today, and the science of today is the technology of tomorrow. But what I'm going to speak today is about the role of the policy maker cum practitioner. My 2+ years in this department have been the most wonderful experience that any policy maker practitioner can have working in the Department of Science and Technology. And as Mr. Gopalakrishnan said, that the next 25 years of the Amrit Kal are going to be poised, or rather, we are going to pillion ride on the wings of science, technology, research, and innovation. My task is very clear here. I have to speak on the 3 pillars of infrastructure, applicability, and incentives. And I will only give you a grassroots perspective. We have to posit science as a service provider, because that is how we at the back end of all departments in the state, and that is how a valuation in the eyes of the departments and officers who would want to work will get some recognition, just as the scientists are looking for validation from society because they are confined to the silos of the lab. It's very important that science be pitched in the vision document as a service provider to all other departments, so that what the Honorable Union Minister said from the stage yesterday, that we are duplicating and we are thinning out resources. 20 departments in the government are doing the same startup business with no specialization, and the same trophy startups are presented in function after function. I think we need, as a policy maker, the design of the policy, the interface, and connecting the dots will become very, very important. So speaking on infrastructure, I know we have specialists here, very senior people here, who've given a perspective from the point of view of the industry, a little bit on the academia, and also majorly on the research institution. And I'm glad to make note of all the developments that are taking place. But I think if we need to make a change in the next 25 years, then some kind of reverse engineering will have to be done, and focus will have to be from the laboratories in the schools to the laboratories and research facilities in the universities, and to the designing. I've also worked in the industries department, both at the center and the state, and I can tell you the way we design architecturally on ground, the design of the industry areas in the state, we talk about the spokes and the hub model, but we do not in the spoke include the research lab. The moment we do it, we will get a lot of conglomeration of industries the way AMTZ has done in Telangana. And that is where the investment of the state and the research institutions through the social scientific responsibility, or through philanthropy, or through crowdsourcing will attract a lot of industries. Also, the governments and the center will have to look at tier 2 industries, because the tier 1 have huge hand-holding over the years. And this is an example that AMTZ has already done. So look at tier 2 who require the government hand-holding. When we talk of policy consultation, it is also important to include in that vertical hierarchy of stakeholders the policy makers. Because if the policy maker who ultimately thinks of making the policy and practicing it is not exposed to the whole gambit of what science entails, then I think he will not be a useful member of this policy making exercise. And I think to everybody sitting here, and also because the Honorable Union Minister is also heading the DOP, so the suggestion is that we include an interaction with the science ministries at the Lal Bahadur Shastri Academy for civil servants. So we are exposed. So the moment we go in the field, we also look at things from a science and tech, innovation and research perspective in our interactions with the industry, in the interactions with the academia. There was a talk that was mentioned here about procurement. I think Dr. Akhilesh Gupta ji mentioned, and allow me to cite an example which is a practiced example. And institutionalization is a word that I really, really like, because No policy should fly on the wings of personalities. It should be thoroughly embedded in the system so that irrespective of people who man departments of policy, it has a firm footing and root. So what we've done in the government, and this is coming from a work that I did when I was handling both Department of Art and Culture along with the Department of Science and Technology for about a year and a half. We were able to digitize 5 of our state art and culture museums without tender. And how we did it? We used the auspices of the Jodhpur IIT Knowledge City, of which I am a part as an advisory member, utilized that TISC startup network and allowed them to develop a prototype exactly in a manner once the NHAI prototype was developed for inviting tender and specifications. So we used that. The tender, which was coming to about 1 crore, came down to only 12 lakhs. And in 6 months of my own tenure time, the 5 museums are ready and up for the people to see. My team who's sitting here from Rajasthan has actually had a session, having seen it, replicating that model today. We are digitizing our science museums in the state. But to point out that using this example, we were able to aggressively, Akhilesh ji always introduces me and says I'm aggressively doing policy advocacy based on experience. So we got the state government to make an announcement in the budget saying that under the RTPP Act, which is the Procurement Act and rules of the state, startups, procurement from the startups up to a limit of 40 lakhs. Of course, there are eligibility criteria for startups in terms of age, registration with DPIIT, etc. But we are doing procurement, and this little case study that I have mentioned fed into institutionalizing this policy about procurement from the startups. There are many more examples that we can provide. One more example of how this vertical integration. My panelists before me have spoken about how do we do horizontal linkages, which is between one institute and industry and maybe between academia. My interest is that while the horizontal thing is absolutely essential, no denying that, sir, but the point is we also need to do vertical integration and no discrimination to the private universities. This thought process, mindset change has to be instilled in the state government, and this can only happen when we are producing new breed of policy makers at Labasna. So our Honorable Minister from the stage yesterday spoke about the Karya scheme, which started in 2017 in the state of Rajasthan, where we are the only state in the country, sir, where our undergraduate basic science, because this whole concept of basic science going down in terms of very similar to civil engineering going down. So how do we make basic sciences important is through a scheme that we have done in the state. I sincerely request people to come have a look at what we are doing, and if you find it useful, please replicate it pan-India, because this is something that will help us in vertical integration. And the scheme is like this in a minute, that UG and PG students doing research in government and private universities in the state of Rajasthan are invited, I'll finish in 5 minutes, ma'am, are invited to become part of the yes, I'll do it in 2 minutes, are invited to be part of the 37, 36 CSIR labs that we have. They get an exposure to the research work that they are unable to do in their own universities for lack of infrastructure, sir. And that is enabling them to make a leapfrog and get associated with different labs and then catapult into doing better kind of research. Also getting mentored at the lab by the CSR scientists who are manning that research. So it opens a door for them. And my last point, there's lots that we can do. It can be a whole day brainstorming, but I'll restrict myself and say that Rajasthan also did something which was very nice about opening opportunities for fellowship, scholarships, internships with institutions that are doing research by doing a science career fest where we introduce the research institutions which were doing research to our various universities and colleges. DST has an annual feature of DST, that is the Department of Science and Technology, calling all the cohorts of engineering, agriculture, IPR, startups, biotech to be part of the DST orientation. We were very happy to have the central DST officers come make presentations about their scheme. So we are all at one page. And because of all that, in the last 2+ years, I'm very happy to say that the Government of India also acknowledges that the ecosystem in Rajasthan for science and technology and also research and startups has improved thoroughly, and also there has been an increase in funding from about 0.7% to close to 2.9% in the state across various departments. I rest my case here, happy to have questions and discussions off the platform if any required. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mukta. A lot of points from the grassroots level. Thank you very much. Now let me request Professor Amit Prashant, Director, IIT Gandhinagar, to make his opening remarks. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. Good morning. I'll be brief, actually. It's good to speak later because most of the excellent points that have been made by our co-panelists, I think I can build on that. So I'll just mention a few points that in whatever we do, the most important thing to my understanding is understanding the system and creating an ecosystem for that, whatever you want to do. So focusing on the overall game, end-to-end, with the ecosystem to build around it is important, and it all starts with people, focusing on the people with excellence. So my feeling is that if we want to make a big change, we need to focus on people with research skills, translational skills, who have or who can show the excellence in future. Of course, leadership with vision and giving trust to the people who are going to take risk for R&D investments for future. So that becomes important as well. What I feel another aspect, and this is the right platform to say this, is state versus center. If we say global to local, local to global, that phenomena of engineering, you can say concept of engineering in general, if we apply to this, if at local level, at state level, we can identify whatever our strength is and build all the ecosystem for that, instead of everybody running for the same thing, in a way. That may make more sense in some way. You can say the slogan we use sometimes is strengthen your strength and cushion your weaknesses, something like that. Obvious thing is, and we are always hungry as a research institute to build our research facilities to achieve all that. But on top of that, I'll mention a few things where we generally lack. Test beds are important. If we want to go beyond, you can say, just building science and IP creation and reaching to the level where people would like to see things happening, only then they will invest. But the industry will not be able to create those test beds. That's where the state governments and governments come in picture. And the industry can use those test beds to kind of verify their concepts, validate their concepts or prototypes, you can say. So these facilities are missing more or less. There are some efforts in 5G, etc. recently I saw, but mostly this is missing. In the ecosystem, of course, capacity building has to be on focus and be open about inviting people from all over around you. The new concept that I want to mention again, and it is not new actually, it is very old, that is co-working concept. What that means is, I'm not talking about interdisciplinary, I'm talking about industry and research institution working together on a joint problem at a place, at one place, sitting together without worrying about IP sharing and so on. So creating clarity around that is a major need, I would say. So right now we are, as an institution, we are discussing Research Park is an example of that, you can say. that can create that opportunity, but we need to go much beyond that, where we feel comfortable working with each other, making, you can say, bonds between industry partners and the research organizations, people. Again, focus is on people. In long term, what matters is leadership. Of course, we have to focus on the vision coming from the leadership and providing trust through that. I hope that will create, you can say, more risk-taking capacity in the industry with all the uncertainties around research that come with it in the output, and that will enhance the investment, which is always in such cases for tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Amit, for very important points and making those points very briefly, very succinctly. Thank you very much. I just want to ask one question to each of our panelists, and then we'll come to audience, and if you have questions, be ready with that. So to Dr. Akhilesh Gupta, now you talked about crowdfunding, philanthropy. We discussed incentives for industry, and you eloquently wanted to reinstate the higher deduction up to 250%. But how do we tap into the wealth that exists in this country in private hands? That's philanthropy. Traditionally, our philanthropy has been towards religion, spirituality, or maybe even education. But into research, I strongly believe that, if you look at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, right? They're one of the largest contributors to research. So we have to tap into philanthropy for support for research. Any thoughts on that? So that's a question to you.
So, this is an interesting question, because you yourself have been doing this philosophy in some way. So I'll tell you how it came out as an important point for enhancing the private sector contribution. When we did consultation with the diaspora, so we covered almost every country in the world in the discussion. And to our surprise, and I will say this is a pleasant surprise to all of us, that a large number of diaspora, especially the industry run by NRIs in the world, they were asking, is there any policy of Government of India where we can contribute to research through philanthropy? And they said, no, we don't expect any kind of return, and we like that philanthropy. So we had this concern. Another thing that, recently, as you mentioned, that there are many, in fact, within the country, many of the top industries in their personal capacity, also they come forward and they want to contribute to it. The problem is only the right policy environment. And of course, when somebody contributes through philanthropy, I think we need some kind of a good response from the government. Should be. So our estimates is that this philanthropy can contribute substantially to private sector investing into R&D. I just want to add another thing. Private sector contribution has been rising over the decade. Last decade, the percentage was 27%. And if you see the data, today the percentage is close to 40%, 39% or so. So therefore, there is a good response coming from the private sector. What we need now is going one step forward and have a good trust between government and private.
Thank you very much. Diaspora is actually a very big pool of money that we need to tap into, and we may need to create special vehicles because we have the FCRA rules and things like that. And maybe relaxation of FCRA for contribution to research, etc., may be required. Taslim, you talked about the middle, right? The early stage there is funding. Once the success, the proof of concept and trials are done, definitely risk funding will come, venture funding will come, the middle. And you were talking about not just VC industry, but industry participating. Is there a requirement to, maybe consider this also as research and maybe look at, tax incentives for industry to contribute? And any thoughts on that?
No, thank you, Chris. I would like to believe absolutely. I think there are definitely interesting models where even responsible corporate participation for the phase where it becomes the most risky in terms of taking early ideas, early proof of concepts which show phenomenal potential, but then where the investments requirements are large, is where the larger participation is crucial, and this is where the involvement of both government, VCs and corporates are very important. And I actually have seen those models both in Europe as well as the US as well as Israel, where the corporates like equivalents of GE, Cytiva now, AstraZeneca and others have come forward and built a phenomenal collaborative models to work with the particular components of the drug development or cell therapy or testa beds, something test that you talked about, and say that we want to contribute here, but there are incentives back to them, either in terms of the tax benefits or in terms of the extension of IP-related work, if that is done that way, or in terms of competition that is, in the region that can be done. I also want to kind of share a very interesting model that Clinton Health Access Initiative, CHAI, is doing right now, or others are doing, which is, bridging the gap for when the science is about to reach to market, how the market access is also being buffered by such models, which is where government comes in, global governments comes in, where the geography is unable to afford a particular solution. International governments, global governments come in and fill in those gaps. So there are several gaps are there where the feedback or the incentives are built in. But one thing I just wanted to say is that I think I just want to take from what Dr. Gupta mentioned, I think the diaspora, and I also feel that it's a very, very strong opportunity for us to come and say, how can we build a model where something of this nature, even if the risk fund that I'm talking about could come in with government approvals, proper FCRA approvals and so on, it can be done as a national program. Allow them a national standing and they will come running. So if we can structure it, if we can propose a national program and give them now a call to join us, they will come running to see both for impact and if they want return, why not? That also built in. So I think that is definitely an incentive by itself. Both impact is also an incentive, not only return is a financial return, the impact is also a very strong incentive for many people, and I think that could be also built in. Thank you.
Yeah, so there is a very important point, So when we are talking about Atmanirbhar Bharat, a component of developing indigenous technology, or technology indigenization, actually the kind of import that we are doing on technology today, if you want to reduce technology indigenization, so I just wanted to inform that we consulted something like 20,000 diaspora people and some industry. They are saying that they are ready to contribute for technology indigenization in the country.
Thank you, Akhilesh. Mukta, you talked about, lot of small efforts in government happening in a distributed manner. How can we coordinate better? How can we consolidate better? Is that a function of the science and technology ministry within the government or department within the government, which acts as a horizontal, or is there any other structure that's possible? Because that's definitely required. See, some of us, the structures are created way back, right, 50, 100 years. Maybe we inherited from the British Raj. So we need to rethink these structures. And is there opportunity to experiment in the state level?
So in fact, your research happens at the grassroots level. It happens in the state. You mentioned Karnataka, Bengaluru. It is aided by policy structure. So the focus of the policy should be on the design of the architecture of the policy. And that is where you need to do translational consultations beyond the scientists. You were talking of how to get money, and you mentioned diaspora. Allow me to also mention two things which are actually happening. One is that the HNIs are investing big time in startups. In fact, they ask us to recommend startups to them so that they can put money. Startups are like the stock market of ideas today, and people are preferring to invest. That is one thing. The second is, for all the policymakers, kindly tap the alum association of colleges and universities across the country. I've been on board the executive committee for about 2 years for the Lady Shriram College. It's an elected thing, and I can tell you, during the floods that came in Bengal, in the lockdown, the alum association of LSR collected a huge amount. So I think that is, IITs are doing it right now, but there is no mechanism for that in the government. So I think if we can incentivize colleges, then the alums would like to make a contribution to the college, and through the college, infrastructure will come to the colleges and make it pan-India. So you will have infrastructure through the alums, the diaspora outside at the tier 2 level. The second thing is that we should now have a bank like SIDBI or NABARD replicable across the country, which can fund startups, because startup is again risk-taking, right? And also the accounting system in the government needs to change. The recruitment that is happening in the state, and I think the central government can only show us the direction, that instead of having accountants who tell us that we can't give projects to the design universities because design is not science, right? So the accountants, it is a practical problem. So change the accounting to investors who will tell you that the governments have to take risk, bet on projects. So those are things that we need to institutionalize in the policy architecture. And just one more last thing, sir. We have to recognize that technology is changing every minute. What 3D was in 2012, today it's robotics, IoT, or something else. A good policy maker is one who's able to anticipate the future and make policy today, and not have the things play out and then then we act as a regulator. So the government has to be proactive in anticipating the future. The policies stay for number of years, sir. There should be a review mechanism which is not used, where we can quickly change the policy if it's not working on the field. So that feedback loop, that needs to be completed, and I think this Center State Science Conclave is a good direction, hearing from the states. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Government's role as enabler before you become an enforcer, right? First enable, then enforce. Amit, a question to you. You talked about research park. Can you very briefly talk about, the company structure that's required for public-private partnership, the Section 8 company?
So the way I think Research Park evolved with time is there is an arm length distance between the organizations that are come as Research Park and the research organization in proximity, which is generally it has been IIT so far. And the ecosystem that is created for Research Park to operate is the ease of transaction around it, bringing new players into the space, and with the conditions that are to work together. With certain conditions that it's not a rental space, rather than it's place to work together on certain mission, certain objectives. So the structure of Research Park, you can say, provides governance through the IITs in general, but at the same time it provides with Section 8 regulations that you can do, behave almost like an industry, with all the freedom to bring the industry on board and work with them with all the flexibility that is there in general.
Thank you. We have unfortunately run out of time. Do we have time for question? No. Unfortunately, run out of time, right? We have unfortunately run out of time. If you have one question, we can take that. Yes, go ahead, please. Please identify very briefly and then ask the question.
Sir, I'm Alok Dhawan. I represent UP State. Just one thing in terms of policy, because policy people are sitting here as well. When you talk of doubling private sector investment, why can't we think of having not a gated community for R&D, but having an R&D institution as soon as it is established to have enough land around it for the industry, and that should come as a policy from the government. It has been done in Taiwan very effectively.
Thank you. Co-location, right? And Mukta also talked about industry.
It's not a park, but it's like industry outside of the university system or any institution that's coming up. That is land is earmarked for that.
Correct. No, that's the co-location. Mukta also talked about research park having space for R&D and things like that. Yes, I completely agree, and we need to think about this very seriously. One more question? Okay. So we have had wonderful points, and a lot of good points have come today in our discussion. I would request Dr. Akhilesh Gupta. He has made an effort to consult and consolidate all the points. Today's points also may be added to those. And I suggest, because this is actually a very, very important, as far as I'm concerned, key to actually India gaining leadership in science and technology. We can do it. If 20th century was the century of US, right? At beginning of 20th century, US was nowhere, 1.9% of GDP. Europe was leading, UK was leading. But end of the 20th century, US became number one economy, and US became the leader in science and technology. I think 21st century, we must make India's century, and we shouldn't wait for the century to be over, but 2047, as the Prime Minister has said, at the 100th anniversary of our independence, we must become a leader, and that requires significant investment in science and technology, significant participation from industry, and we need to look at various ways in which we can make this happen. Mukta, one point I take from you, coming from grassroots, experimentation must be allowed in government. I think that's a key point I would like us to take back. Thank you all very much for this wonderful session. Thank you, Dr. Akhilesh, for inviting us.
Thank you so much to our panelists, our audience, our moderator, Dr. Chris, for such a vibrant and thought-provoking sessions. We'd like to announce now we break for a tea for 15 minutes, and then we'll resume our session number 5, that is on agriculture and technological interventions, discussing about Aroma Mission and Purple Revolution. We will join back in next 15 minutes. Thank you. And tea is organized inside this hall only. So we can quickly have tea and just get back to our seats. Thank you everyone.
સાંઈ લક્ષ્મી ફાઉન્ડેશનની ટીમ દ્વારા ભાઈ શ્રી સાંઈરામ દવે આપણું ગૌરવ છે. એક સારા લેખક, એક ગાયક, એક કવિ, સાહિત્યકાર, હાસ્ય કલાકાર, તમામ પ્રકારની જેમાં ક્ષમતા છે. એક શિક્ષક તરીકેની પણ એમની ભૂમિકા છે. એવા વખતે એમના દ્વારા બાલ ગીતો અને બાલ વાર્તાઓ આંગિકમ, વાચિકમ અને અભિનયની સાથે અનોખી રીતે રજૂ કરવાની છે. 5 થી 7 પહેલો કાર્યક્રમ ગુજરાત રાજ્યની અંદર ભાઈ સાંઈરામભાઈ દવે અને તેની ટીમ દ્વારા એ રજૂ થવાનો છે. ભાઈ શ્રી વિમલ મહેતાની ટીમ દ્વારા આ બાલગીતોને એક અનોખી રીતે બાળકો સમજી શકે, એને કેળવણી મળે, શિક્ષણ મળે, એના માનસ પ્રમાણે મળે. નેશનલ એજ્યુકેશન પોલિસીમાં પ્રધાનમંત્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદીએ પણ આનું મહત્વ અને વિષય પર ભાર મૂક્યો છે. ગુજરાતમાં એની શરૂઆત થઈ ચૂકી છે. પૂર્વ પ્રાથમિક શિક્ષણની અંદર એટલે કે બાળ મંદિરમાં સર્જનાત્મક અને મૌલિકતા ખીલવવા માટે વાર્તા એ ખૂબ જરૂરી હોય છે. બાળકને ગમે એ પ્રકારની વાર્તાઓ આજે લુપ્ત થતી જાય છે. નથી પરિવારમાં ખબર, વડીલો જે તે વખતે આપણને બાળ વાર્તાઓ કરતા અને દીકરો દીકરી સૂઈ જતા અથવા તો એને જે જાગૃતતા અને એની જીજીવિષા વૃત્તિ એ પણ આપણે જોઈ છે. એને જીવન કરવાનું કામ એ દેશના પ્રધાનમંત્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈ દ્વારા થઈ રહ્યું છે. રાજ્યમાં મુખ્યમંત્રી ભૂપેન્દ્રભાઈના નેતૃત્વમાં આ પ્રકારે એક કાર્યક્રમ એ અમે કર્યો છે. કથાલેખક તરીકે પ્રખ્યાત નામ છે તેવા જય વસાવડા વાર્તાનું સાયન્ટિફિક લોજિક અને વાર્તાનું મહત્વ એ પણ સમજાવવાના છે. સૌપ્રથમ અમે નક્કી કર્યું છે શિક્ષણ વિભાગે કે પ્રથમ તો શિક્ષકો એમની સાથે આ પ્રકારની રજૂઆત, એની પ્રકારની વાત, કારણ કે શિક્ષકો છેવટે અમારો પરિવાર છે, એ બાળકોને કેળવણી આપે છે. ત્યારે આ પ્રકારે શિક્ષકો અને કેળવણીકારો સમગ્ર ભાવનગરના અને ગુજરાતના એ ભેગા કરીને પ્રબુદ્ધ લોકો સાથે ગીજુભાઈની સ્મૃતિમાં ભાવનગર ખાતે આ એક અનોખો કાર્યક્રમ 14 સપ્ટેમ્બર, હું એવું માનું છું કે દેશમાં કોઈ પણ ભાષામાં આ પ્રકારનો કાર્યક્રમ, આ પ્રકારનું સ્વરૂપ નહીં થયું હોય. એવા સ્વરૂપ સાથે ભાઈ સાંઈરામભાઈ અને એની સમગ્ર ટીમ, આપ સૌ પણ જાણો છો કે વિશ્વમાં જેમનું નામ છે, જેની રજૂઆતની શૈલી એ પણ વિશેષ છે, એ સાંઈરામભાઈ પ્રસ્તુત કરવાના છે. અને ભવિષ્યમાં શિક્ષણ વિભાગે નક્કી કર્યું છે બાળ વાર્તા, બાળ ગીતો, એમના દ્વારા બાળકોનું શિક્ષણ અને એની એ પ્રકારની કેળવણી, એના માનસ પ્રમાણેની કેળવણી નેશનલ એજ્યુકેશન પોલિસીમાં પણ છે. ત્યારે ગુજરાતમાં એ વધારે પ્રબળ અને વધારે પ્રભાવી બને એના માટે શિક્ષણ વિભાગ કામ કરશે. જીતુભાઈ,
2021 में 46वें स्थान पर पहुंच गई है. विज्ञान, अनुसंधान, तकनीक व प्रौद्योगिकी के क्षेत्र में विश्व के अग्रणी देशों में से एक बन चुका है. माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के यशस्वी नेतृत्व और दूरदर्शिता के परिणाम स्वरूप आज देश विकसित राष्ट्र बनने का सपना संजोए खड़ा है. अनुसंधान से समाधान द्वारा इस नए भारत का सृजन हो रहा है.
मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, हम बार बार लाल बहादुर शास्त्री जी को याद करते हैं. जय जवान जय किसान का उनका मंत्र आज भी देश के लिए प्रेरणा है. बाद में अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी ने जय विज्ञान कह करके उसमें एक कड़ी जोड़ दी थी और देश ने उसको प्राथमिकता दी थी. लेकिन अब अमृतकाल के लिए एक और अनिवार्यता है और वो है जय अनुसंधान. जय जवान जय किसान जय विज्ञान जय अनुसंधान, इनोवेशन. और मुझे मेरे देश की युवा पीढ़ी में भरोसा है एक नया विश्व तैयार हो रहा है। भारत उसे आगे बढ़ाने के लिए, और मैं साफ देख रहा हूं दोस्तों, ये डेकेड मानव जात के लिए डेकेड का समय है, टेक्नोलॉजी का डेकेड है। भारत के लिए तो ये डेकेड जिसका मन टेक्नोलॉजी से जुड़ा हुआ है, आईटी की दुनिया में भारत ने अपना एक लोहा मनवा लिया है, तो ये डेकेड का सामर्थ्य भारत के प्रयास है।
इसी दूरदर्शिता के फलस्वरूप विज्ञान, अनुसंधान और प्रौद्योगिकी आज भारत की विकास यात्रा का अभिन्न अंग बन चुके हैं, आत्मनिर्भरता का आधार बन चुके हैं। देश की सामाजिक, औद्योगिक और आर्थिक प्रगति में ये अति आवश्यक है कि केंद्र व राज्य सरकार दोनों मिलकर आगे आएं और विज्ञान, प्रौद्योगिकी व नवाचार द्वारा स्थानीय समस्याओं के समाधान के लिए भी मिलकर रणनीति बनाएं, समन्वय करें और सहयोग तंत्र को मजबूत बनाकर अपनी क्षमता का निर्माण करें। प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के सबका साथ, सबका विकास मंत्र को ध्यान में रखते हुए विज्ञान और तकनीक को बढ़ावा देने तथा केंद्र व राज्यों, केंद्र शासित प्रदेशों को एक मंच पर लाने के उद्देश्य से केंद्रीय विज्ञान और प्रौद्योगिकी मंत्री डॉक्टर जितेंद्र सिंह के मार्गदर्शन में सेंटर स्टेट साइंस कॉन्क्लेव का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। इस कॉन्क्लेव में विभिन्न राज्यों की प्राथमिकताओं, चुनौतियों और अपेक्षाओं के अनुसार विज्ञान, प्रौद्योगिकी व नवाचार के योगदान को सुदृढ़ बनाने की ओर नीतियों पर चर्चा व योगदान को बल दिया जाएगा। सेंटर स्टेट साइंस कॉन्क्लेव 2022 देश के सर्वांगीण विकास की ओर एक अहम पहल है। देश के विकास हेतु आप सभी गणमान्य अतिथियों का, आपकी दूरदर्शी विचारधाराओं का सेंटर स्टेट साइंस कॉन्क्लेव 2022 में स्वागत है।
First, we have to start the session. This is a very important session, that is agriculture, technological interventions for improving farmers' income, including the two important missions, which is Aroma Mission and Purple Revolution. So we welcome our moderator, Dr. Himanshu Pathak ji, DG ICAR, and Dr. N. Kalai Selvi ma'am, DG CSIR. So I would like to request Dr. Akhilesh Gupta, Senior Advisor, DST, to please welcome our moderators. Dr. Himanshu Pathak, sir. And Dr. Kalai Selvi, ma'am. Welcome, ma'am and sir, to our panel. So I would like to request Dr. Himanshu Pathak, sir, to please facilitate our members. Dr. A.K. Singh, DG Horticulture and Crop Sciences, ICAR. Welcome, sir, to our panel. We request sir to please honor Dr. K.B. Kathiria, Vice Chancellor, Gujarat Agriculture University, Anand. We request sir to please honor Dr. Srinivasa Reddy, DG IIIM. We would like to request Kalai Selvi ma'am to please honor our next panelist. We request ma'am to please honor Shri N.V. Ramanna sir, Samunnati Agri Enterprises, Hyderabad. Welcome sir. We request ma'am to please honor Shri Saurabh Bhagat sir, Secretary, Science and Technology, Government of Jammu and Kashmir. We welcome you, sir, to the panel. We request ma'am to please honor Dr. R. Srinivasan sir, Member Secretary, S&T Council, Government of Tamil Nadu. Thank you so much, ma'am, and thank you so much, sir. So, I would like to invite Dr. Himanshu Pathak, sir, DG, ICAR, to please start the session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning, friends. In this session, as you know, we are going to discuss about agriculture, how to improve farmers' income, along with several revolutions, particularly the purple and others. Friends, agriculture started around 11,000 years back. So this is the oldest profession and also possibly the riskiest profession. But if you see the development in agriculture, at least after independence, since 1947, we have achieved tremendously, and the success of Indian agriculture is globally acclaimed. The country which was living sheep to mouth, the country which was depending on the import of food grains to feed the population, now is exporting food grain and many other agri-commodities. And now India is a major player to ensure food security of many other nations. So that has been the achievement of Indian agriculture, at least after independence. And to trigger this development, we have got a very wide and vast system. We have got Indian Council of Agriculture Research. This is the largest research and development organization of the whole world. It has got 113 research institutes located in different states with more than 6,500 scientists. We have got 74 state agriculture universities. We have got 4 deemed to be universities, and all these 4 are very reputed globally. We have got 3 central universities, and we have got a vast network of 731 Krishi Vigyan Kendras or agriculture knowledge centers. And we work very closely with the state governments because agricultural problems are very, very location specific. One solution or one technology cannot be replicated elsewhere because the climate is different, soil is different, management is different, food habit is different. So all these things are different. So therefore, we have to work very closely with the state governments. Fortunately, ICAR has got a very good network to work with the state governments, starting with our state agriculture universities, where we run our all India coordinated projects. We also have our KVKs, and 75% of these KVKs are controlled by the state agriculture universities. We also have regular meeting, particularly 2 important meetings. One is before the Kharif season, other one is before the Rabi season, to decide what kind of technologies, what kind of practices to be followed by each and every state in the forthcoming season. And besides, there are several other arrangements through which we work with the states. But friends, all of you will agree that our earlier challenge of agriculture was probably to increase the food production, which we have been successful to a great extent. But the current challenge is not unidirectional, rather multidirectional. Not only we have to increase the production and productivity, we also have to increase profitability, which is the theme of today's discussion. Also, we have to become more climate resilient because climate change is a reality. We also have to ensure sustainability so that we do not pollute or degrade the environment, be it soil pollution, water pollution, atmospheric pollution, and so on. And to ensure that, we need to integrate very closely our modern science and technology, and we must thank our Honorable Prime Minister to include that particular phrase, Jai Jawan, Jai Kishan, Jai Vigyan and Jai Anusandhan. So we are going to discuss about Kishan, Vigyan, Anusandhan, और जवान भी ज्यादातर वो किसानों का घर से ही आते हैं. So we are going to discuss about जवान also. All those 4 terms are going to be discussed over here. But as I said, now Indian agriculture, after achieving so much success, is also facing tremendous challenges. So in this particular panel discussion, we are going to take an holistic view of how new science, new technology will be taken to the farmers' field, who are ultimate user of the technologies, in a strong collaboration with the state governments. So friends, we have got today very senior scientists as well as officials from Indian Council of Agriculture Research. I shall introduce them when they come. We have got Honorable Vice Chancellor from one of our very prominent state agriculture universities. We have got representatives from other science departments from the state governments, and we shall introduce them as their turn comes. And also, we have got representatives from very promising startups. So we have got a kind of all combinations who will tell us how to take new technologies, new research, new science forward in collaboration with the state governments. So with these few words, once again I welcome each and every one of you for this panel discussion. As you know, if agriculture is right in this country, everything is right. And if agriculture is wrong in this country, nothing can be right. Because still today, 2/3 of our population directly or indirectly depend on agriculture. 50% of workforce are engaged in agriculture. And this agriculture is practiced in 14 crores households. So you can see the magnanimity, vastness, and also uniqueness of Indian agriculture. I once again welcome each and every one of you for this important panel discussion. Thank you very much.
શિક્ષણ વિભાગ દ્વારા એક ખૂબ
Pleasant morning to every one of you. I also join with Dr. Himanshu Padak in welcoming all of you for this very, very wonderful session, which is very close to heart everyone. Because as he rightly told, this particular session is the branding session of the country. In the whole global scenario, every country is known for one strength or their own domain expertise. In that way, what is the identity of India? The identity of India in the global arena is, I would say, it's a twofold identity. One is India is always identified as a country which is known for its deep heritage and its culture. The second one is India is always known as a country which is known for its strength in the field of agriculture. Because we strongly believe, country strongly believes that farmers are the backbones of this particular country. And now we are living in a changing requirements and a different era. But then we cannot live without food and water, and therefore this session and the next upcoming session, both the sessions are very, very important from the perspectives of everyone's life. So without taking much of your time, I just wish to listen to all the esteemed panelists who are going to share their views, and I'm just reserving my remarks at this point, and I'll be back when I'm coming here for concluding remarks. Thank you one and all, and I just look forward to listen to the proceedings.
So we request Dr. A.K. Singh, DG Horticulture and Crop Sciences, ICAR, to please.
Actually, DDG Horticulture. Good morning. And it is my esteemed honor to make my presentations on horticulture in the context of raising the income of the farmers. So horticulture is a vast part of the ICAR, where we have 23 research institutions, where we undertake research, education and extension of the technologies for the benefit of the consumers and farmers. So in this particular session, most revered moderators, Dr. Himanshu Pathak, DG ICR and Secretary Dave, Dr. Kalai Selvi, Director General CSIR, distinguished panelists, audience, ladies and gentlemen. As you know, horticulture, can I have the first slide, please? I'd like to inform the audience that in horticulture, we work ICAR through 23 institutions work on 134 different crops, representing fruits, vegetables, ornamental, plantations, and spices, as well as seed spices crops. Next one, please. I would start, I have picked up the technologies from different ecologies, starting from the north, Jammu and Kashmir, or Leh, Ladakh area, Himachal Pradesh, or the Himalayan zones. The major crop here, the farmers undertake for cultivation is the apple, pear, peach, plum, walnut, cherry, strawberry, and variety of the crops. So the apple is number one, which occupies roughly about 300,000 hectare area. The productivity in country is hardly 9 tons, and the global average is 14.5 these days. But there are farmers using our technologies. They are harvesting more than 6.6 tons in a high density orchard. Next one. So these are the some varieties. We have achieved the productivity, raised income, and without any dent in the quality, and in a manner which is ecologically sustainable to the fragile ecosystem of the Himalayas. Next one. These are just simple representative samples. We developed many varieties. We also developed the matching production technologies. We tried to develop the new architecture of the plants, demonstrated in the farmers' field. Now more than 4,000 hectare area is there in the high density system with the varieties, where we have the combination of the rootstocks. The audience, those who are not knowing this fact, that the root portion is different, a different species, and the top portion is entirely different. So a combination of this one and the architecture of the trees, that plays a very critical role. That is why the productivity of the apple in the occidental countries is very high. We have tried this experiment, and we have been successful. There are farmers whose productivity in apple is 66 quintals, very high. Next one, please. These are some of the farmers we have picked up where we have demonstrated. See the income from the conventional planting system. From 600,000 rupees in a calendar year, it has reached to the 20 lakhs per hectare area. Massive. And the quality has also improved. As a result, some in a calendar year, so for the few months, India also export our apples to the neighboring countries, particularly the BIMSTEC countries. Next one, please. See, in India, we are the biggest producer of banana in the world. We produce about 31 million tons. Uttar Pradesh, the biggest state. 10 years back, they never produced any banana, but now it occupies more than 100,000 hectare area, and the average productivity in banana in India is 36 tons. In UP, it is touching more than 46, 47, 48 tons. But unfortunately, the banana is marred by a disease called as tropical race 4, a fungal disease. This has come. It is anticipated. There are evidences that it has come via Nepal to India. This is very devastating. This has been covered by BBC, CNN, and name the media. They have covered that this particular disease is going to devastate the banana cultivation for future. We developed a consortia, we tested, and we demonstrated our technologies in more than 200 acres now. We have controlled it 100%. As a result, this technology has reduced the losses at the farmers' field and income of the farmers in non-conventional area in UP, which never cultivated banana 10 years back, which is contributing significantly into the total tonnage. This is a very demonstrative technology. Next one, please. Similarly, in case of tomato, although I would like to tell you the story, we produce about close to 21 million tons of the tomato, but still the tomato puree is being imported in India, because in the past we did not pay any focus. We didn't realize that this is going to be the need of the hour tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. How the tomato, what kind of variety we need for the processing. As a result, we focused more on increase in the yield and the disease resistance. But now we have come up with many varieties which have the dual applicability, both for processing as well as for table purpose. We developed these varieties where the production is 100 to 100 tons. And the national average is 24 tons. Entire Northeast is bringing tomato from the plains throughout the year. We introduce all these varieties in all the northeastern states, and particularly in Mizoram, where almost 100% of tomato is being produced there locally by our varieties. Similarly, these technologies are playing a big role in the entire northeast region. Next one, please. अगली स्लाइड पे जाइए. These are the another set of the variety. In case of sweet potato, the demand of sweet potato in Europe and North America and South America is rising like anything. Growth is more than 67, 70 or 70% every year because of the nutritive value of these things. And these are the set of crops. I mean the sweet potato, they are much more resilient naturally to the climate changes. And we have demonstrated in two varieties where we have increased the anthocyanin content and the beta carotene. And one of these varieties were mentioned in Man Ki Baat of the Honorable Prime Minister. These varieties are doing very well in the different parts of the country, particularly in the tribal belt of Odisha and Chhattisgarh and Jharkhand. So there is demand of this variety from the various corners of the country for processing and also for use in the various farmers, including the fresh format. Next one, please. We are moving to the southern peninsula where the spices contribute significantly. Pre-COVID export of the spices was 24,000 crores. During the COVID, our export from the spices stood at more than 28,000 crores. And the role of our varieties here in this particular sector is enormous. We work on more than 17, 18 different spices crops where we have developed the varieties, matching production technologies, biocontrol measures, nutritive capsules, and we have done the value addition of the farming of spices itself. As a result, the demand for our technology is very high because they have become very, very remunerative per unit area, per unit time. And the demand of such technologies is also coming from the various corners of the world, particularly the Asian countries. Next one, please. In case of banana, this is a very stark development where we developed tissue culture technology. And this is a curcumin slide because the crops looks very similar in the early stages. Next one, please. We developed a previous one. No, the previous. Yes, this one. We developed a new method of the plant propagation where each and every eye of the rhizome is used as a planting material. As a result, demand for the planting material rhizome has gone down, and the cost on account of the planting material itself is reduced significantly, which is ultimately raising the income of the farmers. And the demand of this planting material is rising very, very high, and movability of the planting material from the South India to the eastern part of the country or wherever this crop is cultivated for commercial purposes has reduced significantly. As a result, this is very, a carbon positive method of transporting it. Next one, please. Similarly, in case of spices, micronutrient mixture we have developed whereby the cost on the nutrient requirement is also going down. Next one. In case of Tamil Nadu, we are deploying multi-layered cropping. As a result, we have reduced the cost of production and the income of the farmer is also rising very high. We have demonstrated in more than 20,000 hectare this particular technology, and the demand is really very, very, very impressive. Next one. In onion is a very, very big story ICR has done. We have moved the production of the Kharif and late Kharif onion production from the traditional areas to the non-traditional areas in eastern UP in more than 500 hectare area where the productivity is very high. Our varieties, our technologies and value addition of the onion has really increased the income in those particular areas. And we believe that in the years to come, the onion will never be imported from any other countries. Next one. These are the varieties, just for the sake of information. Next one. These are the picture of the areas. Next one. Similarly, in case of the western part of India, pomegranate is doing so well because of our technologies. Now we have contained the infestation of diseases, fungal diseases, bacterial blight, and quality has improved. Export has also increased. You can see the export, how this has risen in the last 10 years.
શિક્ષણ વિભાગ દ્વારા એક ખૂબ
Here we have
મહત્વનો
tried
નિર્ણય
with the combination of the
એ
poultry
ભૂતકાળમાં થયો
farming
છે.
as well as lychee
નવી
and
એજ્યુકેશન
mango,
પોલિસીમાં પણ કહેવામાં
where
આવ્યું
the
છે એ પ્રમાણે
reduction in the incidences of the pest and pathogen has gone down, income of the farmer
એક
has
અલગ અલગ
increased. Next
પ્રકારે
one. Similarly, in
15મી
mushrooms, it is
સપ્ટેમ્બર
a variety of the mushrooms. We
ગીજુભાઈ
have introduced
બધેકા
technologies as well as the
ન
spark
માત્ર
production
ગુજરાતનું
and
પણ સમગ્ર
more than
ભારતનું ગૌરવ
70%
એવી
of the mushroom
મુછાળીમાં
production in India is
એક
confined
પુરુષ
to the
હોય ને
button
મુછાળીમાં
mushroom, but we have
તરીકેનો વિરોધ
diversified.
મળ્યો એવો
More
વિશ્વમાં
than
એક પહેલા
700
વ્યક્તિ
varieties
છે.
have been developed and
100 વર્ષ
demonstrated, and
પહેલાની
there is
એની
big demand
કલ્પના
for pharmaceutical
બાળ
value
મંદિર
also.
હોય
and also for
અને
other,
બાળ
from the
મંદિરમાં
other angles of the
બાળ
nutrition.
કેળવણી,
Next one.
બાળ ગીતો, બાળ વાર્તાથી
In case
થાય,
of potato also, these are the
બાળકોના માનસ
varieties
પ્રમાણે
which have
થાય.
the many traits in them.
એને સાચી શ્રદ્ધાંજલિ
Very
આપવાનું
popular
ભૂપેન્દ્રભાઈના
recipes, we are able to
નેતૃત્વમાં કામ
produce
થયું.
more than 53.5 billion tons.
બાળ વાર્તા
Next
દિવસ
one.
તરીકે જાહેરાત
This
થઈ
one.
અને
We are producing the
એ
more
નિમિત્તે
than
એક
3,000
કમિટીની
tons
રચના
of
પણ
millets
કરવામાં
used
આવી
to the
હતી.
aeroponic system.
અલગ
That is
અલગ
supplying
કાર્યક્રમો,
more than 40% of the
એનું એક
seed
સ્મારકમાં
requirement in
બનાવવાનો
India
નિર્ણય
from this system.
એ ત્યાં
This is the
દક્ષિણામૂર્તિમાં
next one.
ભાવનગર
Similarly, we have
ખાતે
developed a banana
એક ટેકરી ઉપર
bioreactor system by
સુંદર
which we
મજાની
have reduced the
બાળકોને
cost of production.
100 વર્ષ
Cost
પહેલા
of the
કેળવણી
plant
આપવાનું કામ કરતા તે
from
જગ્યા ઉપર
from 20 rupees to
એમનું
5
એક
rupees and on hectare basis 38,000
સ્મારકને વગેરે બનવાનું છે.
and the yield has
મને
increased.
આનંદ છે કે આવનારી પેઢી એ ખાસ એ પ્રકારે
So
ચાલે.
last one is the
આદરણીય
mango. We are
શાહબુદ્દીનભાઈ
the biggest
રાઠોડ,
producer of mango in the
નલિનભાઈ
world.
પંડિત,
We
ભરતભાઈ
produce
પંડ્યા,
about
સાઈરામભાઈ
40,
દવે,
40%
અરુણભાઈ
of the
દવે,
mango in the world.
અભેશનભાઈ,
export is very
મહેશભાઈ
negligible.
ગઢવી, જગદીશ
Because
ત્રિવેદી,
of
આવા
certain
અનેક
traits,
લોકો
because
એ
in the
આ
either in
કમિટીમાં
America or in Europe,
કામ
the
કરી
demand
રહ્યા
of
છે.
mango is the
એ
one
નિમિત્તે
which is very eye appealing, red colored,
14
attractive
સપ્ટેમ્બર
colors. In addition
2022
to
ના
other
રોજ
mango,
ભાવનગર ખાતે
the gustatory trait of the mangoes.
મેઘાણી
We have developed many
ઓડિટોરિયમ
varieties and planting
સાંઈ
trees
લક્ષ્મી
linked to
ફાઉન્ડેશનની
these
ટીમ દ્વારા
farmers.
ભાઈ
Thank
શ્રી
you so much.
સાઈરામ
I'll
દવે
be happy to answer
એ
any
આપણું
question
ગૌરવ
on these
છે.
technologies.
એક સારા લેખક, એક ગાયક, એક
No, I
કવિ,
think we shall take the question at the end.
સાહિત્યકાર, હાસ્ય
So please
કલાકાર,
keep
તમામ
your question
પ્રકારની
in
જેમાં
reserve.
ક્ષમતા છે.
In the next round, we shall also
એક
discuss in detail
શિક્ષક
about
તરીકેની પણ એમની
how
ભૂમિકા છે.
the center and state
એવા
government
વખતે
should be working
એમના
together,
દ્વારા
coming out with some
બાળ ગીતો
specific
અને બાળ
recommendations.
વાર્તાઓ,
And also we shall take up some of your
આંગિકમ,
questions. Thank you, Dr. Singh,
વાચિકમ
for presenting
અને
all
અભિનયની
these
સાથે
very innovative technologies in
અનોખી રીતે
horticulture.
રજૂ
Now let me
કરવાની છે.
invite Dr.
5 થી
Katharia,
7
who is
પહેલો
our
કાર્યક્રમ
Vice
ગુજરાત
Chancellor
રાજ્યની
of
અંદર
Anand Agricultural
ભાઈ સાઈરામભાઈ
Universities,
દવે અને તેની ટીમ
located in
દ્વારા
this particular
એ
state.
રજૂ થવાનો છે.
Over to Dr. Katharia,
ભાઈ શ્રી
please.
વિમલ મહેતાની ટીમ દ્વારા આ બાળ ગીતોને એક અનોખી રીતે બાળકો સમજી શકે, એને કેળવણી મળે, શિક્ષણ મળે, એના માનસ પ્રમાણે મળે. નેશનલ એજ્યુકેશન પોલિસીમાં પ્રધાનમંત્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદીએ પણ આનું મહત્વ અને વિષય પર ભાર મૂક્યો. ગુજરાતમાં એની શરૂઆત થઈ ચૂકી છે. પૂર્વ પ્રાથમિક શિક્ષણની અંદર એટલે કે બાળ મંદિરમાં સર્જનાત્મક અને મૌલિકતા ખીલવવા માટે વાર્તા એ ખૂબ જરૂરી હોય છે. બાળકને ગમે એ પ્રકારની વાર્તાઓ આજે લુપ્ત થતી જાય છે. નથી પરિવારમાં ખબર, વડીલો જે તે વખતે આપણને બાળ વાર્તાઓ કરતા અને દીકરો દીકરી સુઈ જતા અથવા તો એને જે જાગૃતતા અને એની જીજીવિષા વૃત્તિ એ પણ આપણે જોઈ છે. એને જીવન કરવાનું કામ એ દેશના પ્રધાનમંત્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈ દ્વારા થઈ રહ્યું છે. રાજ્યમાં મુખ્યમંત્રી ભૂપેન્દ્રભાઈના નેતૃત્વમાં આ પ્રકારે એક કાર્યક્રમ અમે કર્યો છે. કટા લેખક તરીકે પ્રખ્યાત નામ છે તેવા જય વસાવડા વાર્તાનું સાયન્ટિફિક લોજિક અને વાર્તાનું મહત્વ એ પણ સમજાવવાના છે. સૌપ્રથમ નક્કી કર્યું છે શિક્ષણ વિભાગે કે પ્રથમ તો શિક્ષકો એમની સાથે આ પ્રકારની રજૂઆત, એની પ્રકારની વાત, કારણ કે શિક્ષકો છેવટે અમારો પરિવાર છે, એ બાળકોને કેળવણી આપે છે. ત્યારે આ પ્રકારે શિક્ષકો અને કેળવણીકારો સમગ્ર ભાવનગરના અને ગુજરાતના એ ભેગા કરીને પ્રબુદ્ધ લોકો સાથે બીજુભાઈની સ્મૃતિમાં ભાવનગર ખાતે આ એક અનોખો કાર્યક્રમ 14 સપ્ટેમ્બર હું માનું છું કે દેશમાં કોઈ પણ ભાષામાં આ પ્રકારનો કાર્યક્રમ, આ પ્રકારનું સ્વરૂપ નહીં થયું હોય એવા સ્વરૂપ સાથે ભાઈ સાઈરામભાઈ અને તેની સમગ્ર ટીમ, આપ સૌ પણ જાણો છો કે વિશ્વમાં જેમનું નામ છે, એની રજૂઆતની શૈલી એ પણ વિશેષ છે. એ સાઈરામભાઈ પ્રસ્તુત કરવાના છે. ભવિષ્યમાં શિક્ષણ વિભાગે નક્કી કર્યું છે બાળ વાર્તા, બાળ ગીતો એમના દ્વારા બાળકોનું શિક્ષણ અને એની એ પ્રકારની કેળવણી, એના માનસની કેળવણી નેશનલ એજ્યુકેશન પોલિસીમાં પણ છે. ત્યારે ગુજરાતમાં એ વધારે પ્રબળ અને વધારે પ્રભાવી બને એના માટે શિક્ષણ વિભાગ કામ કરશે.
But here if you can see the parallelism of the population growth rate and the food production, then what is the requirement of the food grains in 2050? So at present 314 million tons production is there, and at the 2050 we need just double of the food grain production. So for that also we need such kind of this collaboration and what we can say new types of research in different crops and different areas particularly. So if we can see the biotech crops particularly, next please. So here we can see that how this biotechnology in each and every field we are talking about the biotech. So actually, how much the area has been increased from 1996 to 2019. So here from 1.7 million hectares to 190 million hectare area is increased under the biotech crops. So this is what we can say, one very good this signal is giving that if we can increase the biotech crops, then definitely will help to increase the production and productivity as well as the quality of the produce. Next please. So here some of the crops, here particularly cotton, soybean and maize and canola. So how this conventional crop area is there and the biotech crop area is there at present. So this information is given, and particularly in soybean, cotton, large area is under these biotech crops particularly. The another most important this researchable area is coming up at global level, particularly for the improvement of the crops and nutrient these parameters. So genome editing is the what we can say utmost this area where everybody is talking, and even in our country also we are doing a lot of research on this genome editing. And before what we can say the previous year, there was a lot of confusion about the genome editing, either it is called as a GMO or not. But our government of India has taken up a very good positive, massive this what we can say action that in some of the crops, the CRISPR and other technologies used under this genome editing may not come under this GMO. And due to that reason, the new area of research has been emerged, and I think in different crops, definitely we will come with the new product of the what you can say in form of varieties or other things particularly. So here some of the next please. So some of the examples are given for these genome editings and for which traits in specific crops can be dealt. So different crops have been given. Particularly, it is also important for the tomato, in blast in case of rice, and beyond this biotechnology aspect, these conventional technologies, because farmers are facing a lot of difficulties for the viral disease, particularly as we have faced in human beings this coronavirus. In the same manner, in some of the crops, the viral diseases are devastating the crops. Sometimes 100% crops is damaged. So how we can cope with incorporating the resistant genes in new varieties, and how it, what we can say, farmers can be saved from damage of that particular crop, and how they can get the more incomes from that produce. So here some of the unique examples I have quoted here. In Chile, the leaf curl virus is there. So here it is highly resistant, particularly. Next please. So in this green gram and black gram, YME, yellow mosaic virus is sometimes it is completely damaging to the crop. And here some of achievements we have made, particularly in both the crops, particularly. So we have developed a highly resistant variety, and these varieties are meeting the seed requirements of the states, not only here, but in Rajasthan, MP, and even Maharashtra. These varieties are popularized because due to only this reason that it is highly resistant to these mosaic. Please. Huh? Yeah. Okay. So and the another is this okra crop, particularly it is also damaging these what we can say these YMV, and we have developed this resistant variety. So the another important crop is the maize, particularly. Now in case of maize, different purposes are there for the maize also, for grain purpose, for popcorn, sweet corn, baby corn. So in that way, if single cross hybrids are available and large quantity of seeds are available, then I think the yield increment will be more than 20-30% in case of maize. And we are also talking about the ethanol production. And if the maize is extra production is there, then we can use that type of this quantity of that particular produce. Medicinal aeroprolific plants already Singh Saab has told, so I don't want to say much more, but some of the important varieties which have been developed by the Anand Agriculture University, which I have just given brief information. So here sometimes conventional breeding technologies are available. But if we can supplement with these biotechnological tools like marker assisted selection, then definitely it will help a great extent to achieve the targeted results in a shortest period. So the marker assisted selection also, some of the areas, next please. So some of the information is here given. So here I don't want to just give detailed information about that. And one more important thing is that we have the very good strength about the date palm tissue culture protocol. And sir, I would like to say that in coconut, first time we have generated these tissue culture protocols in the country. So now we are rectifying it, and if it will be thorough, then I think it is a great thing in case of these researchable areas. So next please. See, the nanotechnology is there, next. So now particularly the integration or linkage is there. So here the one new course at national level we have started this year, the MSc Agriculture Analytics. So here also the three institutes, national level institutes have come together, and we have used the expertise of all the three institutes, and this year we have given admission to 30 students, and the semester is already started. So linkages particularly I would like to say, just 1 minute sir, one half minutes, okay. So linkages, or we can say these, in case of ICR particularly, so particularly in our Anand Agriculture University, sir, 16 AICRP centers are there, and on different crops and other these areas, we are working with the ICR, with collaboration with the ICR, and not only that, but the other institutes. So where we have very good collaborations with the other institute at national level, that I have given this information. So I think in coming years, if that type of things will be there, then I think definitely there is a win-win situation if we can collaborate with different institutes at national level or different states. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Kathiria. Thank you very much for giving some of the very significant outcome. Friends, just for your information, as Honorable Prime Minister also talked about climate resilient crop varieties, ICAR along with SAOs and other partners including DBT, CSIR, so far has released 1,724 climate resilient varieties of several crops. It has also released several of the biofortified varieties of important crops like rice, wheat and so on. Now our role will be working with the state governments to take all these climate resilient varieties to the farmers' field so that we will be able to de-risk agriculture from climate change abnormalities. Thank you very much. Friends, our next panelist is Dr. Srinivas Reddy. Dr. Reddy is the Director of IIM. Dr. Reddy, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Before that, thank you, organizing committee, for making me part of this science conclave. It is I'm sure you all agree with me that it is a great initiative. Probably it is the first time where center and state science councils are together on a single platform, and I'm sure this will help us in strengthening and also for coordination and also collaboration, whatever we want to do, particularly in the larger schemes. So I'll try to be brief on, particularly I'll focus on this aroma mission and purple revolution, which is very close to our organization CSIR. CSIR, you can see on slide, CSIR has contributed significantly in creating essential oil-based aroma industry in India, and we are aiming towards our country achieving global leadership status in the aroma sector. By looking at the potential to increase income of small and marginal farmers, we have started this first phase of aroma mission in 2017 in April, of course, with the suggestion from Prime Minister Office. And right now we are in second phase of aroma mission. So under this aroma mission, so CSAR is implemented, planted about more than 26,000 hectares of aromatic crops across the country. So benefiting directly more than 13,000 farmers. You can go to next slide actually. So these are the lab, go back to this previous. Can you go previous slide please? See, CSAR, of course, there are multiple labs. Right now, CSAR CMAP is heading, but we have other labs like IIIM, IHBT, NEAST, NBRI, IITR, and URDIP are part of this mega mission project. So go to next slide. So during this process, about 13,000 farmers, basically 13,000 farmers are included in this program, and about 2,000 tons of essential oil was produced. So each farmer has increased their income, about, again, depending on the crop, about 30,000 to 70,000 per hectare. So that's a huge, always, our Prime Minister always was telling that doubling the income, but like by looking at this statistics, what we have in aroma machine, we already 3 times in average. Of course, in some crops, we also increased up to 8 to 10 times in few cases. And also we generated about more than 12 lakh man days so far, and more than 73,000 persons were trained in cultivation and also processing of aromatic crops. And among this, interesting to note that about 16,000 women are part of this program. And India is now leading to, I wanted to give a couple of success stories on this one. There are 3, first one is on the lemongrass. So more than 600 tons of essential oil in 2021 has been basically exported in the country. So this is basically, again, this is a big success story, and this is also captured in Pradhan Mantri Ji's Man Ki Baat. And another success story is Golden Revolution of Himachal Pradesh, where production of 6.5 tons of wild marigold oil, which has enhanced the farmer's income by 2.5 times. So over the traditional crops. That's again another big success story I can tell. And of course, we are all, this aroma mission always implemented with the coordination of various states. So we spread across the country. Can you go to next slide, please? So here, just you see that the green dots, there are clusters of aroma mission. So we have more than 2,000 clusters across the country, from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. We like everywhere our presence is there. And can you, among that, I want to focus on this. There's called tribal clusters. Can you go to next slide, please? So here about 20 clusters, the red dots. They're all tribal clusters, again spread across 29 states. And various states have accepted this, our aroma mission, and they're all trying to get in touch with all our CSR institutes. They want to implement this new, particularly all these aromatic and medicinal plants in place of classical crops. So can you go to next slide, please? So another one I wanted to touch upon this is a purple revolution. I'm sure if you have a smartphone, if you type purple revolution, so there are a lot of hits comes. So recently it became very popular, and this is again in Jammu. We started in the Jammu Kashmir area, has taken place as part of aroma mission, of course. And what we did is, over the decades, IIIM Jammu developed a new variety called RRL12. So that's basically that is suitable for the conditions, and also there are some of the markers that are improved for other beneficial effects of humans. And so what happens is, like when we started this, like farmers initially they were reluctant, but recently it became more popular. Almost like 8 to 10 times this their crop income is increasing. So that's basically accordingly this became more popular. And also our own Mantriji, Dr. Jitendra Singh is becoming our brand ambassador. Wherever he goes, he talks about it. That really this is becoming more popular now, and other states also they are trying, asking us to provide this quality planting material. Of course, this cannot be grown in other places. This only grown in the places where snow is there. So that's why that is a kind of restriction is there. Only for few places we can do that one. And I'll give you some statistics about farmers of just one district in Doda district in Jammu area. So they earned about more than 5 crore between 2018 to 2022 by selling dry flowers and quality planting material of this lavender and of course lavender oil. That is a major component. And the current production of this lavender oil in the region, of course earlier stage, like inception stage we call it, but if it really flourishes more, and I'm sure we'll be in a position to accommodate all our domestic needs, and if required we may do like a export as well. So that's what I want to talk about it, but like next slide please. So next slide. So this is some of the media also covered everywhere, nationally and international media, and we are getting a lot of calls to provide quality planting material for growing this lavender. And of course I wanted to focus on this one, but since our CSAR is also focusing on other missions, just go to next slide please. So with the success story of this aroma mission, so recently we initiated floriculture mission. So again, this is, we covered about 1830 acres in 24 states. So we have like a different activities we have taken up, considering that, including that quality planting material, entrepreneurship development, schools and institutional floriculture, so fragrance and flavor value addition. There are multiple activities we are going on. Of course, that's with the success of aroma mission, we became more interested. And also, we are also working on this new crop development, and recently we introduced hing, what we use in our daily, like in our cooking. So for the first time in the country, particularly our sister lab, IHBT is working on this, and right now India imports about 1,500 tons hing, so that hopefully one day will reach to requirement. And also, we also look at, so this is, again, there are some of the things we have been working on this, and we are also working on this crop improvement, and much more. We'll be happy to work together. What I'm trying to say is aroma mission, purple revolution are success stories, so we can expand to different other missions as well, and we are continuously working closely with various states, and we'll be happy to work further and enhance further in this direction. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Reddy. Of course, friends, earlier we had green revolution, white revolution, blue revolution, purple. Now, of course, we have got purple revolution. So this is really a very important achievement for the whole country, that in almost every crop, whether it's a major crop or a crop of a limited area, we are going to represent the whole thing. Thank you very much, Dr. Reddy, for a very nice presentation. May I request Madam to please take on the other presentations.
Yeah, the next presenter will be Shri N.V. Ramana from Samunati Agri Enterprises, Hyderabad. Yeah, 5 minutes. 5 minutes, please. And we will, so that we'll have more time for interaction.
Good morning, and thanks for the opportunity. And I'm going to talk about more of a conceptual level taken from a practical experience of Samunati. And also, I just made this for the, how do you make the markets work for the smallholder farmer? As you have seen, 85% happen to be smallholder farmers. And next slide. So increasing the farmers' income through digital and other solutions, because this is what I'm going to concentrate. Because digital is something, when we apply to any ecosystem in India, it doesn't take too much time. Payment system took less than 3 years. We have gone there. So I'm sure with some of the concepts I'm presenting, it is going to be the a real revolution to make it work for the smallholder farmer and to increase their incomes. Next slide. I'm not talking about the smallholder farmers. My previous speakers also, and DG sir also spoke about the smallholder farmer problems. But what I'm looking at is 3 major issues that we need to focus on. One is the lack of aggregation. so much of disbursed less than 1-2 hectares land, they produce different quality, different quantities. How do you aggregate? And that becomes very expensive for any of the stakeholder to do any business in the market. The day you start looking at agriculture as a business, then you start working on issues that make sense to start with. Then incorporate the financial products specifically required for farmers. They can't repay your loan on EMIs. They don't have a concept. They can only give one bullet payment. And they want loan probably only for 15 days to when before he sells the crop and receives the money. But how many banks are willing to give for 1 month or 15-day loans? They won't even entertain them. First of all, amount is small. Number two, they don't want to give them. So that's something we'll have to address. So next slide. If you take these three, what we looked at is to look at an AMLA approach. It is easy to remember. Aggregation, market linkages, and advisory services. You go to any farmer, what is the issue? He says, where do I sell? What price I should sell? So you need to have a market linkages and then advisory services. Because if you have to make the agriculture profitable, then you have to produce what customer wants. And what it means is he has to slightly modify the way he is doing the current agriculture to suit to the customer need. So this is something I am calling it an APLA approach for addressing the problem of aggregation. The next slide. So increasing the value of output, there are many other methods. The other one is produce what is needed for the market. I think sir has explained very nicely some of the products which are required for European markets. Why have so much of production here? Why are we not able to export them? Why am I getting a banana in Germany from Guatemala or somewhere? Why not from India? I only see grapes. Why not all other products? There is something you have to figure it out. How do we, whatever market requires, that variety should be grown in the way it should be provided. Then provide what they want in the market is the traceability and also the assurance that this has been grown in a particular condition. What it means is grab good agriculture practice certified and then organically certified, fair trade, responsible agriculture and organic. This is something we can look at to make it commercial to make that happen. This is also required because while we are surplus, 1/3 of agriculture produce is surplus, we are not growing that is required by the international markets. We need to have this gap. Sir, we just started working on the millets, which is a kind of ignored crop. We are doing a global gap and also domestic gap to make sure that gluten-free market, which is close to 3 to 5 billion, can be addressed. Then protecting the quality across the value chain. This is, we always had been, you grow something and consume locally because we are so big. Once the green revolution started and also like now I see the purple revolution, it's a huge market in Europe. So why can't we really take that into the thing and then across the value chain, right from warehouse to cold chains, if required, even the protection of this whatever aroma, what you are saying, that's something we need to do, make sure that output gets a value for what it is worth. Next slide. So if we have to do this, how do we do this? We have to need to simplify the complex agriculture system. So what you have today is your mandis, then you have your FPOs, which is the part of the aggregation. We are taking that point as a point and then start working on it. Then you have agri enterprises, then you have commerce people, then also have startups in every front. Then even if the startups want to work in agriculture, they need a place where they have to work. So that is the way we are looking at it. How do you make simplify the complex agri system, take product by product and work on it. Next slide, please. The way we are looking is you cannot work with one and make a maximization on the profits. You have to work with the ecosystem player. So the way to start is start doing the digitize the farmer profile. We are saying today, I'm not saying from a theoretical, we have done more than associated with 1200 FPOs, 200 of them fully digitized with their know your membership. And then all the details of the farmer is already digitized. That makes sense for a startup or for the market players on the right side where you see, they are the people who want ready-made digitized platform for them to operate. This is where you can get the technology. Otherwise, you will continue to work with individual farmers on a smaller basis. It will never scale up. So that is the reason we are saying, take this ecosystem. What do they want? They want a digital farmer profile with at an FPO level or any aggregated, what I call it, agriculture collectives of farmers, then start working with it. Next slide, please. So if you look at the technology actually enables for you to go non-linear scalability, which allows you to grow much beyond what individuals can grow. Next slide. So we are working at, we are working at farmer collective level and also at an enterprise level. That is the reason Samunnati has got so many 4, 6 platforms, 8 platforms right now. But this is only an examples that many more platforms are needed. I'm glad that I'm in midst of the people with the technology platforms are readily available. How do you integrate with agri system is something we need to figure it out. Next slide. So this digital wrapper, making it across the ecosystem is something we want to do. What we'll do is a faster efficiency, good agriculture practice and traceability. Next slide. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm not giving the climate smart agriculture, sir has made about it, but go to the next slide. There are many areas where you can work, but what it gives you is it will reduce your cost of finance, and it is out of 6,000 crores we have done, almost 1,000 crores have gone to climate smart agriculture. Next slide. This is my final slide. But all these efforts should result in realizing our vision to make digitally wrapped agro ecosystem, to make markets work for the smallholder farmer, and to make value chains work at a very high equilibrium. What it means is reducing the cost of inputs, increasing the income levels, agri-machinery at a call for the farmer, and credit history so that he can go to any institution and get the money, and build up a startup ecosystem and work on it. I think that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ramana ji. Nicely represented many points, how to simplify the agri system. And your point on AMLO approach is also very interesting. I think you have discussed the technology-enabled agri system also. Thank you very much. So next speaker is Shri Saurav Bhagat, Secretary, Science and Technology, Government of Jammu and Kashmir. Sir, floor is yours.
A very good afternoon, esteemed guests. Both Director Generals from ICAR and CSIR, and my other colleagues, especially Dr. Reddy, who has spoken about the Purple Revolution, on which we are working together in J&K. My other colleagues from Tamil Nadu and other senior scientists and the esteemed community here. I represent the Department of Science and Technology for J&K, and there are 3 very important aspects which I would like to stress on. The first aspect that I would like to talk on is that while we have done very much well in the hinterland and the significant central states of India, the peripheral region of India, the northeast and J&K, represent a great area of opportunity, and the other Himalayan states. And this opportunity is on 2 fronts. One broader front where I would like to talk on is the area of horticulture, where already during the presentation, Dr. Sood has mentioned in much detail what activities are happening. Whether we talk about the apple production, cherry production, peach, plum, apricot, pear, walnut, or even saffron, these are significant areas where lot needs to be done, while lot is also happening. While we talked about the high-yielding variety of apple, it's a huge revolution happening. With the connectivity of railways with Jammu Kashmir, most likely next year, the government will have to put together a very huge mechanism of cold chain, etc., to get the apple crop and the other important crops which are unique to the hilly region. I think that is one area where the entire scientific community has to put together their mind. Even today, almost 50% of our horticulture crop, which is a very high value crop, gets wasted. Whether it is the road jams on the national highway, or whether it is a lack of proper processing facilities. So therefore, I think a lot of R&D ecosystem needs to be developed right from the technology initiatives from the seed, distribution of seed material, prevention of pestilence, or for that matter, the entire forward-backward linkage. So the horticulture is one very, very significant area which can really add value. And as a couple of my colleagues said, that why should a banana go to European countries from Southern America, or why should not our crops go to these countries? Why even still today in our market a lot of crop from Thailand and other countries reaches, but we are unable to send it the other way around. A second significant area that I would like to talk on is the issue of forgotten medicinal and herbal plants. I would like to share with you that Jammu Kashmir, brief before independence, there was a Maharaja Act there was a particular herb called Kut. This particular herb is required for doing any religious ceremony in all the Buddhist countries. So whether we talk about Japan or any other country, so this kut used to be produced in JNK and it used to be exported. And it used to account for almost 8 to 9% of the total GDP import for Jammu Kashmir. But later on we forgot about this crop and now it is one of the endangered species. It is grown in the Gurez area. The second, as you've already seen, the lavender cultivation, the scope for rosemary cultivation, for Damascus rose, or for that matter, mints, cat mints, jasmine, etc. There's extremely high potential. And IIM has been working very hard with the government of JNK for development of that area. I think there are on two fronts we need to work. First is wherever we have got the domain expertise and already the research has already been done, we can expand the cultivation. We have a very beautiful project of, there are two biotechnological parks which have been developed by the Department of Science and Technology. One is in Handwara and one which is in the Kashmir region, and one is in Kathua in the Jammu region. And these regions we have been developing our aromatic plants and other aspects. So therefore I would welcome a lot of investors from Gujarat who will come and utilize this great opportunity. The value addition is huge. Lavender, for instance, sells in the international market for almost ₹1,00,000 a liter, and we have a lot of potential in that area, and government can pitch in. There's a lot of subsidy support that we are trying to provide, so you can come and set up your units. Another area where we have to do a lot of research is the medicinal input. A very large amount of medicinal input which goes to various companies like Dabur, Himalayan, from the entire Himalayan states, but that is not properly structured, and in fact the actual farmer who actually grows it gets a very small share, and most of the money is made by the the intermediary contractors, etc., who would carry these important herbs. I'm talking about herbs like Nakshatri, which are utilized in making incense stick. We are talking about Sarp Gandha. We are talking about Bach, Kali Musli, these kind of herbs which are grown. But for them, we need to utilize these biotechnological parks for their propagation. So I think these are the two important aspects I wanted to stress on. And the reaching of railways will be a great opportunity from the business community, because the ease of doing business in Jammu Kashmir will be very significant. And previously the entire produce comes out utilizing the trucks and other technologies. But now railways can connect every state of India and every business person to JNK. So I think these are the messages I had, and I'll be very thankful to both ICAR and CSIR to collaborate with the Department of Science and Technology, and we will provide whatever support is required for taking the cause ahead. As you know, Honorable Minister Jitendra Singh ji is very passionate about the Union Territory, and we've been trying to work very hard with the Government of India. So we would like to utilize every single peripheral and every single technology input that you have developed to improve the quality of life of the population in JNK. Thank you.
Thank you, Saurabh ji. Thank you very much. First of all, I should really congratulate you for because you have finished it on time, number one. And second thing is you were talking about the two-way trade, which was very impressive. Instead of thinking about import-dependent India, you wanted India to become export-enabling India. Our country is really looking forward that only. And your call to investors, I think it is well taken in this particular forum. And your volunteered support and your volunteered interest to work with the DST and CSR and with the Government of India schemes is really appreciable. Thank you very much. So the next speaker is Dr. R. Srinivasan, Member Secretary, SNT Council, Government of Tamil Nadu.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, dear participants, almost good noon to all. Really, I want to place on record, normally nearly some 32 councils are there in India. Every year we are having a conclave in particular place. We discussed among us with only DST in particular department. And this year, last week we had a discussion in Madhya Pradesh State Council hold the session. And this is the first time to combine with all the state councils and all central government departments, especially DST, DBT, CSIR, and Department of Earth Science. Definitely it will be a boosting for all our council members. Actually, the councils are ambassador to take up the technology to the common man,
and for development of individual states. And here, now the topic is, it is increasing, the main thing is for farmers. As you all very well about every persons here indicated that farmers are very, very important, the agricultures are very, very important. The same way, I want to stress one point here. If you have any product by any sort of corporates and any place, there is a minimum price is there. But as far as agriculture is concerned, that is lacking. That we have to take up in a particular scheme. Whatever be the interventions, whatever be the innovation, we have to find out in that particular commercial point of aspect, because all very well know about that. If you take potato, this is very important point, that is why I am taking it. If you take potato, some 20 years back, the cost of potato is 5 rupees to 20 rupees. Even sometimes it will raise to 60 rupees or 100. It is only few days or 1 week. But sometimes you see 2 rupees, 3 rupees. What will be the fate of farmers? For that only some other preservation technique and additional byproducts, everything we are planning. But it is a right time. Immediately we have to find out some solutions for this particular aspect. I am taking, even after 20 years, whatever be the rates of all materials goes to 5 times, 10 times, 20 times. But as far as this agriculture, particularly the vegetables and fruits, is not making up that level. And for sustainable agriculture, now you see the main thing is high yield, we have to take it up. And prolonged shelf-life post-harvest. Yesterday, the BARC, that particular scientist also emphasized about the gamma irradiation technique. That is also very, very important. Some 4 years back, all the councils have a deliberation in that particular BARC. They showed all the technologies which are available with them, that we have to take it to the society. That is one thing. And there, whatever fear is there for irradiation, those things also we have to address to the people. And at the same time, under smart city concept, at least in one particular smart city, in one state, at least one gamma radiation plant we have to put it. That is very important. And very preciously I can tell, the post harvesting is also very important. For example, after finishing this harvesting all this onion, potato, if you irradiate, the shelf-life period will be 6 months to 12 months. That aspect we have to take it up. And tissue culture for constant better yield. That is another one interesting thing I come across. One Bharati Biotech, one plant which is available in Osur of Tamil Nadu. He has developed one particular bamboo species, that is Bhima bamboo. This is not only, normally the climate and the global change, the concentration of carbon dioxide is, it should be 280 to 400 ppm. But here, if you take it Delhi, nearly some 804 pm to 1580 ppm is there. So for that, if you take up this cultivation process of that particular Bhima bamboo, you can reduce it to less than 300 ppm. Here you see, definitely the global change and the carbon sequestration is very important. Here we can find out, and the farmer yield also we can increase it twofold or threefold like that. That is also there. So just I am telling a few examples. And another thing is generalized disease control monitoring procedures and practices, soil fertility and microbiome testing and augmentation based on that. Then another one is nano fertilizers, nano pesticides, increase soil fertility, yield and quality parameters of the crop, less harmful and minimal cost. I think ICR is very much taking up this task, and all our laboratories also taking up this nano mission. And additional farming is normally that integrated farming is very important. Teak, sandal, palm, coconut, mango, etc. will provide constant income for the farmers yearly or few years later, region specific to be identified. Practice of intercropping to be intensified, for example, coconut and maize as mixed cropping. Intense awareness and training required on integrated farming. And another one is cost-effective innovations, introducing new innovative technologies to minimize the labor shortage, such as agriculture drone. Normally, I am also from agriculture background. When you find, if you go anywhere in any place in India, even in remote villages, getting manpower is very, very difficult for agriculture. That is also another issue we have to earmark. Agriculture drone, that is also drone technologies is coming up. Satellite photography and sensors, IoT-based sensor networks, phase tracking, weather forecasting, automated irrigation, and heat control intelligent software analysis for pest and disease prediction and soil fertility management. And here I want to tell one more thing. Even 10 years back, our farmers and some local innovators find the technology of IoT. Whenever the motor pump switch off by interruption of current or something like that, once the current comes, the motor will automatically start it. So that itself it is there. But further we have to take it up. Whatever interventions, whatever innovation is there, we have to support to the farmer. And agri-tech startups need to develop many value-added products to withstand price drop and achieve maximum benefit of agriculture. And the surplus production and the price fluctuation of agricultural products results in economic loss to the farmers. Therefore, need to establish facility for the large cold warehouse storage facility in the region. With the council and DST support, we have established one cold storage institute, cold storage facilities in one horticulture college at Periyakulam. It is in Tamil Nadu. That cold storage we have developed, and immediately they have also started one department, post-harvest department, with the help of all these things. And also bioethanol and biofuel production is also very important. And some of the, even if you take up this plantation of sugarcane, that bioethanol is coming up, and these are all the things. And aroma mission, purple revolution, I think other people talk about. Main thing is other varieties, species should be developed, and which is very much useful to take up other places. And as far as our council is concerned, the student project selection based on addressing local issues, nearly 1,070 projects we have given this year. Out of that, 430 projects we have given to agriculture, veterinary, etc. And encouraging fisheries and veterinary sector, advanced farming technology, promotion of tissue culture and bioethanol production, production of deserving agri products through GI facilitation. That is also geographical indication tag is very, very important for the agri products. And very recently we got Kodaikanal Malaipundu, that is garlic. When we got that particular GI tag, immediately the prices shoot up to 200 to 400 during that time. And 15 species eucalyptus essential oil, hemoprolifted products based on potential, that also we have earmarked through Mother Teresa University at Kodaikanal, so that by the way we have to support in each and every action for the farmers. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Srinivasan. Your points on pricing of the produce and gamma ray radiation to increase the shelf life are well taken. I think when the discussion was going in the direction of how we can come up with the climate tolerant varieties, I think you have given a new focus that how climate change could be addressed by agriculture. That was also very interesting. Thank you so much. So I think, friends, I have only one word before I hand over the thing to the moderator. So far, we are talking about how best we can plan for the next 25 years and how India should be positioned in 2047. From my perception, I would always say India should be made as a model and nodal for global. When I say that India should be model and nodal for global, so people will ask, what are the sectors in which it could be really made possible? If not in any other sector, definitely it could be made 200% possible in the field of agriculture. Because in the field of agriculture, what is it that basic requirement is? Water, soil, some work experience, knowledge and expertise. We have everything. So therefore, self-reliant India or Atmanirbharta or extent of indigenization or model and nodal for global, all these points could be definitely addressed, especially in the field of agriculture. And this forum really look forward to have a kind of esteemed cooperation and synergized support from each and every one of you. Over to Dr. Pathak.
Thank you very much, Madam, and all the panelists. I would like to know from the organizer how much time do we have. Can we take few questions from the floor? Yeah. I think 1 or 2 questions we can take. Can you please pass on the mic?
First of all, I would like to convey my regard to all panelists and Director General ICR. I'm very happy, and all panelists are very, expert in their field. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. Myself, Dr. D.P. Singh. Basically, I come from Uttar Pradesh. I completed my all education. Completed my all educational qualification in agriculture.
Singh sir, we have to be really brief actually. Please.
Yeah, definitely. I'm coming to my question. I would like to, I finish my question. I would like to request you to visit my stall number 90. I have innovated such kind of technology, such kind of machines, first time in India, which were not available. And the machines are able to reduce the input cost more than 90%.
Sure.
In Indian agriculture scenario, I know the basic need of Indian farmers. I know the was short of coming is there. I know what they require.
Thank you.
Because I was born and brought up in a farmer family. So I have innovated in agriculture, medicinal crop cultivation. Listen me 1 minute. You are here for us.
Please.
So please, all you, I have innovated such kind of technologies which is very useful in medicinal crop cultivation, horticulture crop cultivation, and in agriculture, field crops, oil seed, pulses, anything else. So please come, visit by stall number 90 and to have a samvad with me, everybody. I hope you all will be more happy. I'm sure about it. And I didn't copy from anywhere else.
Bilkul. I shall visit your
number 90, please.
Yeah.
Okay. And I would like to spend some time there with me.
Thank you very much. I shall be there. Maybe Dr. Yadav, quickly, 1 point.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, I just want to supplement the 1 point regarding the yield gap. That was one issue here. And you have already mentioned also. So the yield gap, if we talk, it is within the state, between the state and globally. So within the state also, when we see our demonstration data, so the yield differences and the advantage which we are getting with our improved technology, varieties, that is almost 200% advantage we are getting in most of the states across the crop. So number 1 for the states, I think all the states are participating. We should go for the latest release varieties which you have mentioned, including the climate resilient varieties, so that the yield gap which are happening along with the improved package of practices, so that can be taken care of. And then we talk about the global yield gaps. So I think the various technologies which we have been talking about, genome editing, transgenics, for genome editing particularly, sir, if we want to go and we are targeting about, as Madam has mentioned, for 2025 and 2047, our targets of population and requirement of food. So definitely we'll have to go in a very bigger way for these technologies and a very robust policy that we require. And particularly for licensing and other things, and all the departments, we should work in a collaborative mode, in a consortium mode for these cutting edge technologies.
Thank you, Dr. Yadav. Thank you very much. Yes, my friend there. Yeah.
Sir, sincere thanks to ICR and CSIR for owing valuable support and respect to our farmers, sir. Sir, when we talk about technology-driven enhancement of yield, at times in some seasons, farmers are not getting the fair price because of the high supply and low demand, sir. For example, tomato. So many years we are seeing photos in the media, vexed by the situation. Farmers are dumping the crops in the market yards for not getting amount to take back the crops to their places, sir. So in vice versa, in other times as the consumers, we are purchasing same tomato at ₹50 or 75, sir. So I would like to know, is there any practice in ICAR to guide and ensure the farmers to adopt a crop timetable based on yield and market situations, sir?
Sure.
So if so why this problem is persisting?
Thank you very much.
Otherwise, how to address this completely, sir?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, friends, if there is a quick one, last one maybe from our friend. Yes.
नमस्कार। मैं भारत भूषण जम्मू कश्मीर के डिस्ट्रिक्ट डोडा से हूँ, जो कि एक दूर दराज का डिस्ट्रिक्ट है। वहाँ पे हमने 10 साल पहले लेवेंडर की खेती शुरू की थी। मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूँ डॉक्टर रेड्डी का, जिन्होंने काफ़ी मेहनत की, इन्होंने और इनकी टीम ने। तो हम लेवेंडर में काफ़ी आगे निकल आए हैं। अब हम चाहते हैं कि हम वैल्यू एडिशन में आएँ। हम अपने प्रोडक्ट बना रहे हैं, स्टार्टअप का काम हमने शुरू किया है। हम चाहते हैं कि वहाँ पे आएँ और हमारी मदद करें, हमारे वहाँ पे आके एक वैल्यू एडिशन इंडस्ट्री में हमारी मदद करें और हमारे जो फार्मर हैं उनको और ज़्यादा फायदा हो।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपको। असल में वी आर ऑलरेडी रनिंग आउट ऑफ टाइम एंड वी शुड नॉट बी एनक्रोचिंग द टाइम ऑफ द नेक्स्ट सेशन. So we need to conclude it, but before conclusion, just only 1 or 2 lines I would say. All our panelists have come out with very, very useful suggestions and also the achievements. But let me tell you what Dr. M.S. Swaminathan used to say, that for a farmer, only 2 aims are important, monsoon and market. So market, we discussed a lot about it. He says if these 2 are right, monsoon and market, then farmers will be able to get their benefit and their income could be increased. These 2 challenges still remains actually, and most of you talked about market, and also our friends from the floor also talked about market. Also you talked about monsoon means climate as a whole, so just it is not only monsoon, so climate as a whole. So friends, challenges are there, though our achievements have been great, but the past was great, but the future must be even greater actually. And it will be possible, as Madam you very rightly said, in agriculture sector we can really achieve what you said, model for global from local and those kinds of things. But what we need is to work together. CSIR, ICR, DBT, DST, and of course the state departments, not only SMT or agriculture department, also farmer startups and everything. So with this, I thank the organizers for giving all of us such an excellent opportunity, and also to all of you for participating. Our session, of course, concludes here, but let the discussion continue. We will be visiting your stall. We can discuss after this session also. Let the information should flow from all direction, and then let us try our best to make Indian agriculture from great to greater. Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you all.
We thank all the moderators as well as our panelists for this very engaging and enriching session. Thank you so much. And our next session is water, innovation for producing potable drinking water, including application of technologies like desalinization and heliborne method. So we'll back with in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Yes. Please come. Please come. Please come.
We'll request our photographer just to take the group photograph of the whole panel. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I request moderator and panelists for session 6 to be on the stage, please.
a fuel cell in motor cars, etc. But there are large number of industrial uses of hydrogen. For example, the director NCL is going to be very much knowledgeable in this for refineries or steel industry. These are some of the areas where we may need to do some research also, because in blast furnace, so far we are using coal. It is not going to happen so very easily that we will be able to switch over to hydrogen without doing any experimentation. And I feel there is a fair amount of scope for industry to set up some hydrogen generation plants, and then this hydrogen we will be able to use for fine-tuning our processes. Just to give an example, I did some back of envelope calculation for steel industry. We use coal both for blast furnace operation and basic oxygen converter, BOC. And typically the number that I get from internet is for generating 1 ton of steel, you need 50 kilogram of hydrogen. Typical Bhilai steel plant, it has 4 million ton per year of steel making capacity, which amounts to 22,800 kg of hydrogen per hour. And if we count this particular thing, each kg needs about 50 kilowatt hours of electricity, if at all we are using alkaline electrolyzer for this, which means about 1100 megawatt electric capacity. So the total aspect that we are looking at is really very large. I know these are back of envelope calculation, they give indication, they may not be very accurate numbers, but at the same time they are not totally wrong as well. So I start today's session with hydrogen economy. I request Dr. Lele to please start the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you to DST for this very wonderful conclave and for allowing me to participate in it. We have paucity of time, so I'm going to keep my presentation very brief. There are a lot of details in the slides which I will not be able to cover. The slides will be made available wherever the DST creates a site for uploading the slides. So I'm going to focus on CSIR's hydrogen technology mission. Next slide, please. Climate change, of course, everybody knows. I think 3 things wonderful happened that last year. 2 Nobel laureates who did the first groundbreaking work in climate change were awarded the Nobel Prize. The IPCC came up with a first report that quantitatively showed how anthropogenic emissions are causing major effects to climate change, and all the parameters and the various scenarios that were painted in the report are quite spectacular, and they are very, very quantitative. The third thing that happened, next slide please. The third thing that happened was the COP26 last year. And the most important part for India was that our Honorable Prime Minister announced Panchamrut, the 5 key areas where he has made promises of how India will contribute to climate action. And as India moves from today's 80% plus use of fossil fuels to about 50% use of renewable energy, there are very significant trends that are going to set in. If you look at the carbon emissions in various sectors, which are given in this table here, there are 2 particular sectors given in the green font here, which are industry and heavy transportation, which are rather difficult to achieve low carbon emissions by using electrons, that is by using purely renewable electricity. It is in these 2 sectors that one needs molecules, green molecules, and we believe that these are the 2 sectors where hydrogen will play a very, very important role. Next slide, please. And why hydrogen is important is because it's what we call a sector coupling agent, that it couples renewable electricity with a large number of different sectors which allow for deep decarbonization of those sectors. So whether it is refineries, steel industry, cement industry, or heavy duty transportation, all of that requires molecules, hydrogen as molecules, and therefore green hydrogen formed from renewable energy sources is one of the best options for achieving deep decarbonization of these sectors. We believe that for India, hydrogen is going to be a very, very important energy vector. For the quantum of hydrogen that is required, as the chairman also pointed out, there is still enough resources available, both primary energy such as solar and wind, or even water that is available for the kind of meeting the hydrogen demands in these two energy sectors, the industry sectors. So hydrogen can be made in an abundant way. When scaled, it can become affordable, and it will really provide India a way to become self-reliant in energy. The other three things which are important is India has huge digital infrastructure, and that when coupled with hydrogen production and utilization technologies is going to bring a disruptive change in which energy is made, a decentralized way, and also utilized where it is made. And lastly, hydrogen is also important because it gives a paradigm shift for India to go from a net gray energy importer to a clean energy exporter, and would create enormous opportunities for new jobs, new enterprises to be created. So all in all, hydrogen looks like a very, very promising energy vector for India. Next slide, please. And this is the reason why the Honorable Prime Minister last year in his Independence Day speech announced the Green Hydrogen Mission. There are enormous opportunities for hydrogen in India, and they can be bucketed into three different sectors. The near term, where we are looking at about 5 million tons of hydrogen that will go in refining, fertilizer sectors. Double that amount, about 10 to 12 million tons per annum, that would go in the little more difficult sectors such as heavy duty transportation. And the last ones, which are even more difficult, which are steel and cement and so on, which actually require a large introduction of green hydrogen for their deep decarbonization. And that's roughly the roadmap that India is looking at for deploying large scale hydrogen technologies in the country. Next slide, please. To also go with the public announcements on green hydrogen, the corporate sector in India is also making huge contributions, and two of the biggest private sector houses in India have made very significant announcements in terms of clean energy as well as particularly in the area of hydrogen. Next slide, please. And hydrogen is not getting attention just in India but across the world, and the map shows the dots on the map are the number of geographies where hydrogen investments are coming in a very, very big way. Close to about $600 billion have been committed as investments in this area, and today, as of today, more than 550 pilot projects are underway at various parts in the globe on developing hydrogen economy. Next slide, please. So coming to CSIR's Hydrogen Technology Mission, this is a very ambitious program. This is a 100 crore outlay of CSIR. 18 CSIR laboratories have come together for this mission. We are looking at all three parts of the hydrogen value chain: the production of hydrogen, the storage and the utilization of hydrogen. And each part of this value chain, we are looking at many different technologies which we believe are today available and are going to become mature and are particularly relevant for India. I'll cover a little bit about that later. The entire program is structured so that you can facilitate idea generation, which are disruptive ideas, through proper stage gating into mission programs. We are looking not just to develop the entire system, whether it is fuel cells or electrolyzers or hydrogen storage, but also the important components that go in these systems. So it's from components to system, but one step beyond that is also key strategic materials. And I think this is I think what is unique to the CSIR hydrogen technology program. We do not want to be reliant on import of catalysts, on import of membranes, on import of carbon fibers and so on. These are key strategic materials and India needs to be able to manufacture them, and CSIR in many different ways is trying to catalyze that manufacturing coming here. There are many other parts of the hydrogen technology mission in CSIR which are listed here, and I will not get into details of it. Next slide, please. These are some of our success stories. The first fuel cell bus, which is completely indigenous, was recently launched. Perhaps many of you have seen it. There are many other technologies which have come to TRL 4, 5 or 6. In each of these programs, there are deep industry connects. We have industry partners who are taking our technologies and trying to scale them up. Next slide, please. And this is the last slide. This shows how for different states in India, hydrogen actually makes sense. And I'll just cover one part of it. Yesterday we were talking about it with the PSA. In Andaman Nicobar Islands, there is a very interesting opportunity to use offshore ocean thermal energy sources to develop hydrogen on offshore ships and platforms. And Andaman Nicobar is a very interesting place because, number one, India is looking at creating a mega port there. Number two, it sits right in the shipping lanes, which is an international shipping lane. And number three is the hydrogen markets such as Japan and Korea, which need hydrogen today, are very, very accessible from that point of location. So these are strategic points where India can really make hydrogen, green hydrogen, and also export it, which is today the biggest and emerging potential. For every other state, as listed in this table, there are very interesting opportunities for the hydrogen ecosystem, and I hope that CSIR will find ways to engage with these different states and take our technologies to these states and deploy those relevant technologies for those states. Next slide, please. Finally, in addition to developing technologies, we are also involved deeply in skill development activities. We want to train machinists to make bipolar plates, to assemble fuel cells and electrolyzers and so on. We are working with this SME sector for component development. We are consulting with the industry as well as MNRE to create roadmaps. And we are working with SDOs to develop standards and codes. So in every different part of the hydrogen ecosystem, CSIR is very actively involved. Next slide, please. And so therefore we believe that CSIR has a very major role to play in developing, scaling up hydrogen economy and deploying it across the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lele. Thank you. I think CSIR is putting a lot of stress on indigenization, which is a correct thing to do. May I now request Dr. Tripathi to please give his presentation, and my request Dr. Tripathi and other panelists also to please finish in 5 minutes, because I have been given an instruction that I have to wind it up in about 45 minutes.
Thank you very much, sir, and very good afternoon to all of you, the chairman, panelists, and the audience. All scientists are here. So, a very warm to them. In fact, this session mainly focus on the energy, clean energy. So I'll touch upon very briefly on a clean energy, and then I'll switch over to the hydrogen. The clean energy is a renewable energy, as everybody knows. The country today is a leading country as far as the renewable energy is concerned. I'll just give you two data, which you may be knowing that today, the electricity which we are using either in this hall or at our home or at our various places, 16 unit out of 100 unit you are using the clean energy based electricity, mainly based on the hydro, wind, solar, and so on. And in the installation total capacity, we have crossed 28% of the total installation KT of the power generation from all the resources. So these are the two, and by 2030, everybody knows the Panchamrit targets, so I'm not going to repeat that. 500 gigawatt has to come from the clean energy sources only, for non-fossil fuel based sources only. Now, as far as hydrogen is concerned, in fact, I would like to emphasize on what is needed in this, and then there are many sectors which are working. At the last, I would just like to make an appeal that there are many organizations, there are many ministries, I would call, there are many departments like CSIR is also, as you said, sir, 18 labs are working on this. They are working in different directions. But today the time has come, because the hydrogen mission has been launched someplace, many ministries are launching. My ministry is also one of the nodal ministry for this, but some coordination is lacking in this sector. So my first and foremost recommendation or suggestion would be that there can be any organization, there can be a hydrogen directorate, or there can be a hydrogen organization which coordinates the work of all the sectors, because after all it's a government money which is going in many directions. There are a few things I would just like to mention. That the availability of hydrogen, first thing is the production, and under the production we need the increasing efficiency and indigenous content of the electrolyzers. In fact, electrolyzer has come as the one of the most easiest way, and the indigenous it can be done. I would give you two examples. In National Institute of Solar Energy, we did this project in 2012 for production of hydrogen. 5 Newton meter cube capacity per day was installed, and I take that was the first green hydrogen production plant, in which we could achieve 750 rupees per kg hydrogen. So that was not that's not at all uneconomical. But we ran 2 vehicles in association with Mahindra and Mahindra. And the cost of their running, it was a dual fuel engine based system in which 67% of the diesel was replaced, and we could run it successfully 15,000 kilometers, in which we got the cost up to 14 to 15 rupees per kilometers. So this is the this was the first thing. But next project we are doing now, which is a 10 cubic meter capacity per day, in which the electrolyzers cost at that time in 2012 we got was something about 5 crore, and some foreign company bid it. But today we got at 1.67 crore, and the Indian company is making it. So this is the development in the last 7 to 8 years. But if the volume is there, and because we need hydrogen in all the sectors, so now that is the area which needs to be focused, indigenization of the electrolyzer production in the country. If it is in the mass scale, there are many private sectors are also coming into this. The next thing is going to be the storage. Storage is also one of the challenge. At that time, we did in the type 2 cylinders, but we need type 3, type 4 cylinders, and a mass scale production of the type 3 and type 4 cylinders is also required for the hydrogen production. And metal hydride, in which the hydrogen is stored. For the transportation purpose, for the 2-wheelers, the projects have been done by IIT, BHU and other organizations supported by MNRE, in which the metal hydride based hydrogen storage can work very efficiently with the 2-wheelers. Like the electric vehicles are coming, so 2-wheelers can also be thought of running from the hydrogen. The third thing is the development of the indigenous catalysts, membranes, balance of systems, components and stake assemblies for the whole entire plant. So the total thing has to be seen in a totality. Now, fuel cell, because for the large transport sector, we need the fuel cell. And the fuel cell is one of the challenging, very challenging area, because it needs the use of the hydrogen, and today we are just importing the fuel cells. Many organizations have come out with these small size fuel cells, 5 kilowatt system, 10 kilowatt system. But if we really want to go for the fuel cell based buses, we have to focus on this, and those capable organizations like NCL and
Dr. Tripathi, sorry for interruption. Could you please, in about 30 seconds, conclude?
Okay, sir. So these are the areas, fuel cell development, then we need the development of hydrogen distribution network. If the infrastructure is going to be there, then for the transport sector, the people are going to accept it. Hydrogen infrastructure that is required for storage, cylinders, carbons, and at the last, since I have been given there are many things to share, hydrogen cannot be covered in a 5 minutes or 10 minutes time, but my suggestion would be, as I said, that one organization should coordinate, should look after all the aspects of the hydrogen, because everybody is working in the silos of their own expertise. Thank you so much, sir.
May I now request Dr. Mohanty to please present his views.
Dr. Vyas, Secretary DAE, my co-panelists and the delegates. So I will be very specific, giving few examples. What is BRC contribution in producing hydrogen, green hydrogen in particular. So as you know, it is basically we are adopting splitting the water into hydrogen and oxygen. In two ways we can do it, electrolysis and thermochemical decomposition. And we have adopted 5 methods, and I will just briefly tell where we are today. Next slide please. So if you see, we have adopted in BRC 5 methods, which is producing green hydrogen. Because it is splitting the water into hydrogen and oxygen, you will get hydrogen as well as oxygen also. And first one is alkaline water electrolyzer, very popular one. It uses alkaline water as a medium, and we have scaled it up and transferred this technology to industry, which I will be showing it. We have also developing polymer electrolyte membrane. It is basically proton exchange membrane, which can use normal water as an electrolyzer, and that is where the R&D is going on. Then another important one is if you do electrolysis with steam, high temperature steam electrolysis is most efficient, but technology is not available at this moment because you need high temperature steam, which can be obtained only through a process like nuclear reactors. And the methodology we are developing in the R&D stage, and we have started getting success in a few liter per hour type of rate. And there are chemical process which is very important. 2 important are we have succeeded. One is iodine sulfur thermochemical process and copper chlorine thermochemical process. And these are the chemical process we have produced of the order of 150 NLH per hour, and which can be scaled up very easily. And next slide please. Yeah. So this is the electrolyzer. The latest, which is working very stable in a stable way, is 10 normal meter cube per hour. And this technology now we are targeting to go up to 200 meter cube per hour at the capacity of 1 megawatt. And this next slide shows various capacity. It can go up to 10 normal meter cube per hour of hydrogen, 5 will be oxygen, and ambient temperature and purity is 3N, 99.99%, and typical power consumption is 4.8 kilowatt hour per meter cube of hydrogen. And next slide please. Yeah, this is the typical instrument which is at working now, and it has been transferred to the technology. Next one. And with help of the industry, we are now trying to produce 200 normal meter cube per hour at the rate of 1 megawatt capacity. And next slide, please. You can see that this technology has been transferred to HPCL, BPCL, Pratisthana Engineers Mumbai, Suryam International Odisha, IC Febchem Chennai, and also we are in discussion with NTPC, BHEL, Adani, etc. to scale it up further depending on the requirement. And why I am stressing, this is the same technology. If you import from abroad, you will get the same thing, and everything is 100% indigenous, starting from the nickel electrode as well as electrolyzer. And here, if you have to replace with the pure water, we are also working on PEM, that membrane we have successfully developed and shown at the liter per hour. This technology is survived quite well. Next one please. This is one chemical route where we are using water is the input and hydrogen is the output, and it uses 3 reactors, Bunsen section, HI section and sulfuric acid section. And this technology has also in the real loop, metallic loop, it has been demonstrated, and recently, a month back, we have demonstrated that it can go up to 150 liter per hour capacity and running per hour. And I should say, this is probably the record globally also. Nobody has reached in this real metal loop, and we are the one, along with the global player, that we have achieved it. Now we are going to scale up to 3000 liter per hour at this rate. And we are looking for industry partner, because this is a chemical process, carbon-free chemical process. It can be easily scaled up. Next slide, please. And then we have also trying for copper chlorine. This is also a very carbon-free process. We have been successful. Next slide. Next slide. And this is about high temperature steam electrolysis. And this is our expertise. We believe we will be building high temperature reactors where steam itself will get it 800 degrees centigrade or so, and directly this electrolysis can be applied. And we have developed the cell electrolyte indigenously. These cells are nickel, yttria stabilized zirconia, strontium doped lanthanum manganite, and interconnection will be ferrite steels, and it is we have a high temperature ceiling. And this we have demonstrated, and a few liter per hour, and if adopted, it is also another game changer in getting hydrogen from steam electrolysis. And this is the last slide. I should show that we have developed PM membrane, proton exchange membrane. It is also working successfully. And these are all R&D stage. Probably we can think of scaling up in future. So this is what I have to say. We are mostly concentrating in hydrogen production in a green way, but we have not although work is there for storage, but we have not priorities on storage and transportation. We are focusing how to create hydrogen from water, splitting it in a green way, and also using energy either from solar or from wind or from nuclear, so that it will be 100% green. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mohanty. Quite interesting, I would say, topics. Maybe there can be some question on this. May I now request Mr. Bhatt to please give his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I'll be completing in 5 minutes. So, next slide, please. The topic we are talking about is how can we use hydrogen in decarbonizing transport. And before I go into detail, let me give you a brief background of why it is important. So if you could have the slide, please. Yeah, next slide, please. So if you look at the overall importance of transport in the emission sector, transport globally is roughly a quarter of all emission that comes into the overall atmosphere. While in India, this number is close to 15%, but this is one sector which is growing at the fastest pace. And therefore, we have to look at how do we decarbonize transport sector. Next slide, please. Now, if you look at within this sector, you can look at geographies like North America, Europe. These geographies, because of their investment in the sector, would probably reduce their emission from 2020 to 2050 time frame. But when you look at India, you look at China, the big economies, the Latin American countries, the numbers are going to go up starkly high. And the same is the case with maritime as well as aviation. So if we follow the business as usual scenario, we will not be able to achieve the Paris Agreement or even some of the net zero commitments that have been made. So we have to decarbonize transport. Next slide. Now what it means for India. As I said, India, that emission from transport sector is 15%, but out of which 90% comes from road transport sector. So decarbonization of transport in India literally means decarbonizing road transport sector. Because if you are not able to decarbonize this 90% emission, forget we'll not be able to achieve the transport target. Now, how do we go about doing it? Next slide. So we took a very detailed assessment to look at what are the different drivetrain technologies that can give us the deep decarbonization that we want. So we looked at gasoline, biofuels, we looked at biodiesels, we looked at gas, we looked at hybrids, we looked at battery electric, and we looked at the hydrogen fuel cell. And after this detailed analysis, it was unanimous conclusion then there are only two drivetrain technologies that can help decarbonize transport sector. One is battery electric and second is hydrogen fuel cell. No other technology. So in summary, internal combustion engine cannot give us the desired decarbonization of transport. We have to look at these two technologies. Next slide. Now what does this mean for India? Because I keep hearing saying, but what 75%, 80% of the energy comes from, electricity comes from fossil fuels. Does it really help for us? Absolutely. Even with our high fossil fuel based electricity, the life cycle emission of a hydrogen fuel cell vehicle or a battery electric vehicle is less by almost 30 to 40% depending on what make of vehicle you choose. And that's simple. Simply because our electric motor is far efficient than an internal combustion engine. And next slide. So if you look at as the renewables increase, these numbers are only going to increase. So that's the bottom line. Even with current grid, it is cleaner. As the grid cleans, it will be cleaner. As the hydrogen fuel cell capacity production increase, we are able to go to the next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide, please. Now, we looked at production of hydrogen at 3 different geographies in India, Ahmedabad, Mumbai, and New Delhi. and we found that with passage of time, we will see a dramatic reduction of hydrogen production, depending on what policy measures we adopt. But that's only a part of the story. It's not only how cheap you produce hydrogen. What is important is the overall cost of hydrogen, from production to transportation to distribution and then to ultimately end retail outlets. That delta will be the key in hydrogen uptake. Next slide, please. And this is my second last slide, is that we looked at blue hydrogen coming from compressed natural gas and carbon capture, and we looked at green hydrogen from renewable energy sources. And we found that by 2030, the green hydrogen almost 1.5 times the cost of blue hydrogen, but by 2050, it will achieve cost parity. So we have to look at aggressive policy push to look at how can we sustainably push for production of green hydrogen. That includes the production cost, massive reduction in transport infrastructure pipeline, because we have to develop a series of infrastructure to transport this hydrogen which is getting produced. We also have to look at the hydrogen fueling as well as the tariff clause. So what does it mean for us? And this will be my last slide, please. Next slide. Is that, one, I said internal combustion engine cannot give us the climate goals, the health goals, or the energy security goals. So we have to shift at electrification, battery electric, and hydrogen fuel cells. That's point number one. Point number two, hydrogen can definitely offer deep decarbonization, even in the transport sector, and some other sectors which are slightly harder to abate, especially long-distance trekking and all. Third point is that the green hydrogen would be almost 1.5 times more than blue hydrogen in next 5 to 7 years, but by 2050, it will achieve cost parity. So what we need is investment in kind of expansion of pipelines and fueling infrastructure costs, and that can only happen if we have the right policy instrument and the right research going into the sector. With this, I will conclude. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bhatt. My apologies to all the panel members as well as the persons in the audience for not allowing the discussions to take place. May I request just one or two questions? I know this is a new topic. There will be quite a few questions. Unfortunately, I have very little time. Just one or two questions, please. Yeah, but sir. No, I think you may have to. No. I think he will switch it on for you. Sorry. Yeah.
Transport sector emissions are just 9.75%. Don't call it 15. Second point is that the aviation and the bunker fuel together are about 1.5%. Even when you see the world situation, it is the total emissions 1% to 2% of total emissions in the aviation sector. And correspondingly in India also, it is the same. And as I said, transport sector is growing and it is going to be more important. Yes. And rest of the things were very nicely received. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your observation. Only my comment or my response is only this, that everything is going to grow, and in 2070, if we don't start preparing now, we may be caught unawares and we may not be able to make the commitments. So that's the only observation, and I'm sure you know this as much as I know. Thank you very much. Any other remark or comment, please? Yes, sir. I think Sood sir ko.
No, this is in response to Dr. Tripathi's very important point of coordination. So about 2 weeks back, PMO took a meeting of all the stakeholders, and they decided that the PSA office has been requested to coordinate this hydrogen activity in the country. And so we have started some steps as I talked to him. But this is just to let you know that PMO is is seized with this matter, and they have requested us to get into that. So I just thought in response to the participant. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Maybe I think let us not have any more questions, and I don't know, maybe just you have heard all the panelists. I would request just from each panelist one sentence on the highest priority that you feel. We start with Mr. Bhatt. Yes.
Sure, sir. So one is that in transport sector, we can't achieve our energy goals, health goals, and climate security goals through internal combustion engines. So we have to look at battery electric and hydrogen fuel cells.
Sir, I have nothing much to add. Again, only I should say that hydrogen production in the green way, probably we should start increasing the production.
Thank you.
Sir, I think one of my requests has already been answered. Another thing is going to be the infrastructure development, ecosystem development for the hydrogen utilization in the country. That is very, very important.
I think one point that we have not been able to talk about is the enabling mechanism to scale hydrogen economy, which is getting the standards, codes, certifications in place and in place extremely rapidly. The whole harmonization of global standards with Indian standards has to be done at extremely rapid pace. Otherwise, it becomes a chicken and egg story.
I think in the whole world, the standardization is in the process of development because the standards are not there in many sectors.
So I am very much grateful to all the panel members for sort of giving me a tremendous amount of education. This is not my field of understanding. And thank you very much, everyone from the audience. I think we can close this session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, can you photograph? Sir. Thank you, sir, for such an insightful session. We're going to start our next session soon. Kindly.
Academicians and industrialists and NGOs and scientists, all kinds of mixed bags are there here. So first I will start with the various people, each one what is their point of view under deep ocean mission, what is that we need to do, and how to involve maybe the coastal states and other things they can go around, and maybe at the end of the panel discussion we can think about what is our plan in the future. Thank you very much. And first of all, I will request Dr. Sailesh Naik. He is a former Secretary, Ministry of Earth Sciences. Sir, maybe you can sit and talk, or if you, whatever convenient. And he is presently Director of NIAS, National Institute of Advanced Studies, Bangalore.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I won't take much time on this. There are few things which is very important for the coastal states. I won't go into the details of other things. The one is fisheries, and most of the fishery today in India is a coastal fishery, except I think Andhra Pradesh and Lakshadweep have a deep fishery, tuna fishery. So I think there is a tremendous scope. According to our initial estimates, there are about 3.3 million tons of a deep water fishery which is almost unexplored. So this is an area which is very important. Also, there is another thing which is very important is to develop a tourism, especially on the Gujarat coast, where off Saurashtra coast, you get lot of wells. And this is the only place, like lions only in India, the wells are only off the Saurashtra coast. So that is an area which could be developed as a very important area which could be developed as a tourist place. The third, of course, is the ecosystem, and which Dr. Ravi mentioned about biodiversity. And there are many services which is coming out of this. What services we know is about provisioning, that means fishery part we know very well. But there are many other services which also provides from the ecosystem, like regulating the carbon dioxide, the regulation, the methane and many other things, carbon sequestration, also the production of primary and secondary level, that is the another one, and also the source stabilization. So those things are not taken into account. I think each state has to take into account these services which is also coming from this. And the third is the various technologies which will be built for deep ocean, like one which is developed as a remotely operable vehicle, which can work up to 6,000 meters, but for the states can use it for the near coast as well, which could be the other model which could be used. Or the soil tester, which is automatic testing of the seabed strength, which is also could be done, used by the states for the various activities which is now happening near the coast. The third is autonomous vehicles, which also could be used. And the most important is the submersible, manned submersible, which also could be used by many states for many of those, their activities, especially developing deep sea tourism. And the last, which I would say, is the seabed mapping. We have mapped Moon, we have mapped Mars, but all over the world, the seabed mapping is yet not done. And it is in the interest of the state to, in those areas where they have the interest, to map the seabed. I think this is the most important thing. And with this few words, I would thank for inviting me to here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I think exactly what you mentioned about the mapping, what we have mapped everywhere in the land and moon and everywhere, but we are not able to map still ocean. There are a lot of hidden resources available in the seabed, which we need to do in the coming generation. For that only we need to have a technology and other things. Now may I request Dr. Abidia about mainly to talk about water issues in coastal areas and also center-state collaboration in blue economy, what we are presently doing and what we need to do in further.
Now first I'll just talk about the water issues of the coastal area. We know that coastal zones are under continuous pressure in the worldwide actually. The population also is growing, and at the same time the industrialization also been taking place along the coastal area of any country. So there are two issues are there because the water requirement is tremendously increased along the coastal area. Now there are third dimension, that is the farmers are also doing the agriculture along the coastal area. So drawing of the water from the ground, it also increased tremendously. Industries also require the fresh water. So all which are population is also increasing. So fresh water for drinking purpose is also required for the drinking purpose. So all these factors affecting the resources, water resources along the coastal area. Now the major issue along the coastal area is, as we know, that it is a sea intrusion we call as. Once we take the groundwater, naturally the sea water will intrude inside the land area. So continuously the freshwater resources is continuously become saline along the coastal area. Now there are solutions are also there that we go for desalination or some recharge structures also we are constructing at the coastal area. But looking to the quantum of the water and the development, these water resources are also very less compared to this thing. So now government is also thinking so that the groundwater extraction also will be reduced and the more water recharge structures also will taken place. Second thing is there are all the rivers which are directly meeting to the sea. As we know that due to the tidal variation, the river water means sea intrusion takes place along the river also. If we talk about the Gujarat, there are major rivers which are Narmada, Tapi and Mahi and even Sabarmati, which are directly meeting to the Gulf of Cambay. So if we see that during the high tide, there are 30-40 kilometers stretch of the river which is have the saline water inside the river. So along this river also, the groundwater is deteriorated and the land is also been deteriorating. So now there are always requirement that we have to find out the solution. Normally we go for a barrage type of the structure along the river, and at the same time we have to see that there is no ecological harmful effects takes place due to these hard structures. Now second major issue of the coastal water means coastal area is the pollution. As we know that all the industries which are located along the sea, they are discharging that waste into the sea area. Second thing, that some of the industries which are discharging the waste effluent into the river, now due to the increase in the industrialization, now they require to shift this disposal point into the sea. So now if this goes on increasing in the sea disposal, there is also issue of the pollution in the sea also. So these are the major concerns along the coastal area water regarding. Now second part, if I take that the center and state collaboration for the sea related issues. So if I talk about the Gujarat, since we are planning for Kalpsar project, it is one of the ambitious projects of the government of Gujarat, and it is a very complicated, you can say, project. It is not of that scale, it's constructed in the world, and it is the first type of the structure we are going to plan along the Gulf of Cambay. In the Kalpsar projects, we are planning to construct a 30 kilometers dikes inside the sea. Total length of the barrage means dikes is around 60 kilometers long. Now since 1990s we were planning to construct, because this type of the projects is not been constructed in the world elsewhere, so it is a challenging environment. Second thing, at the Gulf of the Cambay, we have a highest tidal variation. So in that, there is a technically complications also there for the designing of this thing. We had a global tender in 2009 and 2010 also. Ultimately, we feel it that we can prepare a detailed project report of this mega scale in India only. So we requested the Ministry of the Earth Science, and Ministry of the Earth Science has readily accepted our proposal, and they are preparing this detailed project reports of the Kalpsar, and I am happy that we will be completing this detailed project reports by the December 2022. And after that, already we have already applied for the environment clearance also. So I am thankful that Ministry of the Earth Science for preparing such type of the detailed project reports which is not been prepared elsewhere in the world, and is the first time of this kind. And there are more than 18 institutes, specialized institutes, which are involved in this one. So this is one of the best example of the collaboration between state and the center, you can say. Second thing is that there is also issue of the coastal erosion. As we know that Gujarat has a 1600 about kilometer coastal length, and there is a South Gujarat we call as from Navsari, Surat and Valsad. They are also experiencing the coastal erosion maximum, is the level of the erosion is very much maximum. And for that also we are taking the help of the center, and center is helping us. We already constructing some hard type of the structures around 270 meter length, 270 crores rupees of the structures we have constructed along the coastal area of 53 kilometer length. And for that also the center has helped in the technical issues also. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rabadia. And I think definitely I'm sure that the Kalpasar project will come soon in reality, and it will be a showcase for the world what project we can do in the collaboration with the state and center. So now I request Dr. Jana, DDG Fisheries, to talk about how we are good in deep sea fishing, whether we are overfishing or underfishing, and how we can go ahead in future. You can just highlight in 5 minutes so that we can.
Good afternoon, everyone. Most respected Dr. Ravichandran ji, Honorable Secretary MOES, and moderator of this session, co-panel members, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Sir, when I got this invitation, I saw 2 people are in the list. So I thought at least 15 to 20 minutes I would have. But having known that only I have 5 minutes, I will try to be as precise as possible. And I will try to finish in 5 minutes, sir. All of us know how we have grown. When we talk of ocean, fish comes to our mind first. Not only fish, other living beings, whatever they are in the ocean. Next, you can proceed. Okay, let it be there. When we talk about the fisheries, first marine fisheries come to our mind. In 50s, we never thought of aquaculture. Everybody was looking at marine resources for exploitation. Whatever the fish production was there, 0.5 million ton, out of 0.75 million ton, 5 million ton, 0.5 million ton were coming from the sea. Sea was remaining same area still today, but we have been able to increase our production more than 8-fold, at least to the extent of about 4 million ton at this point of time we have been able to produce. But the problem all of us know when we compare with the temperate climate, all of us know when we compare with the tropical and temperate, our fisheries is multi-species fisheries. Even the commercial exploitation, whatever you see, more than 1,200 species we exploit at this point of time. But in spite of the fact that we have more than 2 million square kilometer of our EEZ, but only about 0.2 million square kilometer we have been able to utilize effectively, that is up to 50-meter depth. In spite of all our effort, mechanization, motorization happened, we have not been able to even exploit the continental shelf region, 200-meter depth, up to 200-meter depth, which is about maybe 1/4 of our EEZ, about 0.5 million hectare. But looking at the future potential, we know that our conventional resources is somewhere around 5.3 million metric ton, and we are harvesting somewhere around 4 million ton. So there is very little gap, about maybe less than 1.5 million ton at this point of time. But the non-conventional resources, what we have been talking at this point of time, whether the oceanic resources, tuna-like fishes, the purple, mainly the purple black squid, which we have not been able to harvest at all. For example, today we have, whatever the preliminary estimate says, that we have in the EEZ itself, we have about 6.3 lakh ton or 6.5 lakh ton around of the squid, which is, this squid grows to not the squid what we see in the territorial waters. This squid grows about 2 meter in size. Even the average size of the whatever the fisheries we have, 5 to 6 kilo of squid, and the squid per kilo, the mental squid itself, you will get $60 to $70 per kilo. That much we have not been able to exploit. The myxophids, lanternfish, we do not know, because the depth at which it is present, about 500 meter to 2 kilometer depth, we know the fisheries is there, but how do we exploit? Even the mechanization and all, we have not gone to that level. Even the resources, whatever we have estimated, it is based on some of the preliminary estimate. We have not gone to that level of survey and estimating whatever is available at this point of time. So our major focus is how we exploit those deep sea resources in the jet. Besides this, the area beyond our national jurisdiction, which we have not thought of even exploiting. For example, today the krill resources, whatever we have, the Indian quota is about 90,000 tons every year we can exploit. But we know that for exploitation of maybe Euphausia superba, you need a factory vessels. But the vessels we have only 20 meter, 25 meter. What the Norwegian or Chinese vessels, you have more than 100 meter plus factory vessels where you have onboard processing facilities and all. So you need to have heavy investment on those lines also. Besides this, what we need to think also, who are the potential partners who can work together? All of us know ICAR Institute, for example, we have two institutes, CMFRI, Central Marine Fishery Research Institute. Since 1947, we have been working on different aspects. We have CIFT, Central Institute of Fishery Technology, working on the harvest and post-harvest aspects and all. So I sincerely believe the ICR Institute, CMLRI, or NIO, maybe NIOT, all of us need to come together for working on those first stage itself, survey. And sir was talking about we have not seen what is there in the bottom of the ocean. So one need to think is what is there inside in the benthic fauna and all, if at all there. Anything mainly we can use for bioprospecting. For example, over these years of work, for example, last 5 years, we have been able to develop few drugs, rather I would say, mainly for the arthritis, anti-arthritis, obesity, so and so forth from the seaweed itself. More than 20 such drugs we have been able to come out and which has been patented and commercialized also. So what we think is in the coming days also, with the partnership of all of us, we should be able to see what are the potential bioresources what we have, and how do we explore those resources are so important. Friends, at this point of time, probably I have my presentation ready, which can be shared to others, everybody can look through this presentation and look what are the other aspects I wanted to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Jana. I am sure that in order to increase the contribution of blue economy to the national GDP, it is imperative that we need to go for a deep sea fishing as well as grill fishing. These are the two things which the country has not mounted any effort. I think we need to augment that such effort. So now, thank you very much, and I request Dr. Sunil Singh. So just maybe to highlight about what are the deep sea exploration in terms of non-living resources and how that will be benefited to the country's blue economic growth.
Good afternoon, everybody. At the outset, I would like to thank DST for organizing such an unique conclave, where state and center are interacting with each other. And also I would like to thank our panelists sitting on dais for providing this opportunity for me to talk about deep sea mission, something about exploration of deep sea. As you are aware, this entire blue economy is contributing about 4% of our GDP. And India, to become or enter into the 5 trillion economy, we have to do something so that this blue economy the contribution should increase in double digit. And there I think we have to work hard in all the aspects, whether it is coastal or deep sea or anywhere. And in this regard, I think we know the importance of metals. So metals are important for mankind since beginning of our evolution. And you know, only the type of metal requirement is changing, like from iron to copper to now we are talking about critical metals. So just before our session, we are talking about renewable energy, green energy and all those things. And you know, next few decades we are going to utilize more and more green energy. And there the requirement of the metals is, or critical metals like cobalt, lithium, copper, chromium, nickel, rare earth elements, platinum group elements are going to increase dramatically. We are going to use battery operated car, we are going to use batteries, we are going to operate the windmills and all. So everywhere the critical metals requirement is going to increase. In one estimate, it has been shown that the increase will be 500% or 600%. Now the question is where those critical metals will come. Suppose you talk about cobalt or you talk about platinum group elements, where they are. Actually, we are mostly importing. And you know, that lot of foreign exchange we are spending on this. We have to make the India Atmanirbhar. I think we have to look into the resources, and only resource currently, if you talk about these critical metals, we can find and we know that for sure that they are present is the ocean, deep ocean. So we have a big Indian Ocean that is almost 70 million square kilometer is available for us to explore or to find or to exploit the entire ocean for this type of critical metals. So we, you know, because of our active Earth, this top 70 kilometer of the Earth is moving, and because of this plate tectonics activity, we have a huge these hydrothermal ridges are there, mid-oceanic ridges are there, which is like Karlsberg Ridge, Central Indian Ridge, and Southeast Indian or Southwest Indian Ridge, almost 6,000 kilometers long in the Indian Ocean, where because of the hydrothermal activity, a lot of this type of metals are getting deposited, like base metal like copper, zinc, lead, or rare earth elements, or very strategic metal like germanium, indium, and all these things are getting deposited in those areas. So there is a need to do a systematic study or exploration. Some work is being done there. We have already done MOES and National Institute of Oceanography. They have together done a lot of work in this area, and we have identified some of the plumes chemically, but because we have not identified exactly the vent, we are trying to do that. Not only the active vents, but also the fossils vents we have to locate to get these minerals. So first we have to explore, and then of course technology development will be there to exploit those metals. Currently, if you see, it could be a costlier prospect, because means even if we are importing it, it's becoming cheaper, but we have to get ready ourselves for the tomorrow, because it should not happen in the case like for the case we are not prepared for the petroleum all, suddenly we huge amount of petroleum we are importing. Now we know that critical metals are going to important. I think we have to invest, we have to get ourselves ready for the future, and hence actually the technology has to be developed to exploit or explore those things. The technology like remotely operated vehicle or autonomous underwater vehicle has to be developed. So those technology, I think industry participation has to be there. State people can be interested into that. And also the another aspect or another part where a lot of metals are available is the platinum, there's polymetallic nodule in the Central Indian Ocean. So that work has already been done since last, I think, 20-25 years, 30 years we are doing, and almost 3 lakh square kilometer has been mapped, and almost 75,000 square kilometer we have found almost 350 million ton of polymetallic nodule where cobalt, nickel, and all those things are available. And now MOES with this deep ocean mission, they are trying to develop the technology to exploit that. So these are some of the area where a lot of technology intensive research has to be done, technology has to be developed, and in this regard, I think state people can partner for technology development and also the exploration purpose. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sunil. Yes, it is important to have a technology not only for hunting the hydrothermal vent area, but also to estimate the resource available and also to harness the metals. We need to have a technology. For that, only one of the mission of Deep Ocean Mission is the technology development for harnessing the non-living resources. Thank you, Dr. Sunil. Now I request Dr. Bhatt, and he will be talking about maybe just to highlight about the importance of climate change advisories and its benefits to the coastal states.
Dignitaries on the dais and those in the audience, at the outset, grateful thanks to DST for organizing this conclave, which is both timely and important, and also for inviting MOEFCC for this conclave. Greetings to all the participants from MOEFCC. I will stick to time and very quickly raise 5 questions and give 1 minute answer to each. So the first point is, how important is the issue of climate change? Everybody says it's very important, but today we know that climate change is most crucial of all other environmental challenges. It is the epitome of all challenges, if one may say so. And why? Because without climate change in check, success with other challenges, even if they are achieved, will not carry lasting value. The second point I want to make is, what is India's policy about climate change? So India firmly believes in multilateralism, and our policy is informed by its vision of inclusive growth, eradication of poverty, climate-friendly lifestyles, and firm adherence to UNFCCC's foundational principles. Third point is, what is our contribution to the global climate change as a country? Our contribution is rather minuscule. Our carbon footprint is very little. In a yardstick of 100, India's emissions stand at 4% of global cumulative emissions. These gases accumulate in the atmosphere. So it is between 1850 and 2019, our footprint is just 4%, despite being home to 1/6 of humanity. Then the question arises, what are we doing? So we are having resolute actions domestically, and many speakers earlier said that renewable energy, for example, to highlight a point, renewable energy installed capacity has grown 22 times between 2014 and now. So apart from resolutely addressing climate change domestically, for the world, India has proudly created the International Solar Alliance and the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, and India is also co-leading with Sweden in the hard-to-abate sectors. My penultimate point, in view of less time, is that in terms of adaptation, we have all spoken. I would only say that research is basic to any developmental activity, and we need to anticipate and forecast more and more rather than react and correct. React and correct is important, but anticipate and forecast is what we should do more. In terms of the ministry to which I belong, I must add here that our jungles are in good shape, our forest and tree cover are increasing at a time when jungles have caught fire in terms of Amazonia, Australia, California, Turkey. Name any country and you would have noticed from the televisions that there are a lot of forest fires. We have been able to preserve our jungles, our wildlife. Our jungles are also teeming with wildlife. And why am I saying this? I am saying this because this is what has been demonstrated by India is that with good governance, both environment and development can go hand in hand. My last point pertains to the fact that let me say that let us remind ourselves of the very important guidance given by our Honorable Prime Minister at the start of this conference. And I would repeat those 2 points which were very beautifully rendered by him. Nurture science and use it for national development. Believe in our scientists and celebrate their work. There is a age-old timeless saying in the Rig Veda, roughly translated in English it means, let noble thoughts come to us from all sides. And it goes like this, Ano Bhadra Kratvo Yantu Vishwataha. So in view of all what we have discussed, let us continue our brainstorming, mid-course corrections, and nurturing science, technology, and innovation. Thank you for your patient hearing.
Thank you, Bachap. I think it is very important that climate change issues we need to address and we need to equip for that. So that is why one of the vertical under deep ocean mission is to advise the what is the projection in especially in the coastal in a decade or in multi-decade afterwards. So thank you. And next I request Dr. Pravir Banerjee to share his role of NGOs and how they partner with the blue economy and how they can contribute to the blue economy, or what is the interaction between these two.
Dr. Ravichandranji, eminent panelists here, and all you wonderful people in the audience, wish you all a good evening. I'd like to thank DST for giving me this opportunity. Now, if you want to understand how science, technology, and innovation can help address environmental and social issue, you have to come to Pondicherry. We had a lovely beach, but thanks to harbor which was mismanaged, 10 kilometers of the coast had completely eroded, lives and livelihoods lost. The salinity, seawater intrusion had made the water aquifer up to 8 kilometers saline, and it was a huge crisis. And then we came for help to Ministry of Earth Science, and thanks to Dr. Shaileshji, Ramanamurthy, and the team from NIOT and NCCR, we worked for almost 10 years now. And if you come there, you will see that the beach is restored. There is, the reef is teeming with marine life, the fishermen are happy, and the tourists are abounding on the beach. So I'd like to express on behalf of people of Pondicherry a deep sense of gratitude to Ministry of Earth Science for this miracle. Now, we had made a documentary called India's Disappearing Beaches, a wake-up call. But now it looks like we have to make a sequel of India's reappearing beaches, Time to Celebrate. So, continuing on the problem of erosion, according to Space Application Center and Central Water Commission, 45% of India's coast is eroding, which means what we are seeing in Pondicherry is happening all over India, almost 50% of India's coast. So in that aspect, while we need science and technology for finding solutions, but the bottom line is we need sand to restore the beaches. And in that regard, we have to do, like Shaileshji said, the mapping of seabed, and to find out not only the marine species and all that, but also to find where sand is available. Because what we are doing is not only losing valuable coastal space, but we are changing the geography of the country. So this is something which needs to be addressed, for which we need to get sand from offshore. The other thing is, while we are talking about blue economy and using marine resources, the health of the ocean, every town and city along the coast of India is dumping their garbage and sewage into the sea. I see it in Pondicherry. We have done a lot of mapping of the lagoon and the irrigation channels, and the amount of garbage which is coming in is unimaginable. So first thing is to know. So we have been doing this mapping to find out which are the places which requires intervention. And unless we stop this nonsense of putting all our garbage and sewage into the sea, we can't say that, we want to develop economy through livelihoods, but in sewage water and in the midst of garbage. Already the marine life is under serious threat. So I think we have to prioritize and first stop the mess that we are creating into the ocean, and while simultaneously thinking about the blue economy. And in this regard, we have done trained coastal communities in preparing GIS maps of their villages. And with the help of NCCR, we can train the communities to do this kind of mapping and create awareness in their communities so that we can stop this destruction of our marine life. And the other thing is we can develop a lot of artificial reefs which will enhance the marine life, which is happening in Pondicherry and can probably in many other places. This will definitely help in our blue economy, and that is something that we as NGOs can interface with the coastal communities in creating awareness and getting their support. And last but not the least is that all this we are seeing is because of a serious disconnect between people and the environment. And this is what needs to get reconnected. So what is imperative is that in our educational curriculum, we introduce the subjects of coast and ocean, because while we say that 30% of the people live on the coast, I don't know how many people actually understand what is the coast and the ocean. So if we can inculcate in the youth this interest for the coast and the ocean, we will get a lot more people, young people, coming into this field of innovation and going into science and technology to sort out these issues that we are creating at the moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And really it is true that the Pondicherry beach restoration is one of the novelty in ocean technology, how we can demonstrate. And I'm sure that in the coming years, more and more area, without distorting in other areas, we will make a large benefit, especially to develop ecotourism in the coastal regions. So now I request industry partner Sri Kaushik to tell about how the ocean technology to demonstrate, especially to energy and water, how it is possible from ocean areas.
Good evening, one and all. Thank you for the opportunity given by in this event to Department of Science and Technology and Ministry of Earth Science. Our company, I am introduced our company Kaushik Pressure Vessels Private Limited. We are dealing with all MNC companies and many government organizations. We are ISRO and NIOT. Our major customer is the NIOT. We are traveling, working with NIOT from 2012. We started low thermal desalination projects executed. Still it is working successfully, producing the fresh water. That is, I will say proudly. Now I can participate, whatever our support to NIOT for this deep sea mission project is a concept only. Already we executed, one is the I have taken three topics. One is the desalination and another one is the deep sea mining and the energy. Regarding the desalination, we are already did 3 projects in 2012. Only equipments we supplied the system. It is working successfully. And another, now we are working, already commissioning the projects, 3 islands. In Lakshadweep Island, it is serve the people for drinking water. One already commissioned. 2 it is in the going to commission next year for before March. And one we are saying proudly, another one regarding the energy. One of the key project that we are currently executing in the island in VOTEC, power production and integrated LTD desalination plant, which produces its own power requirement. Once completed, this is going to be first place in the world to operate 100% independent of the power grid. Once it is commissioned and successfully we are proven technology, then it will useful for all, even for deep mining or gas extraction for ONGC or they can use as a floating body. This plant is installed on mooring floating body. It will produce the water and power. They can serve both the options, sir. And one more thing I will tell you, we are planning one project for new concept for desalination. This next year it will come with working with one private company. We are doing that project. It is commissioned. It is competitive with RO. RO is everybody is know RO is not a environmental friendly. This some damages is there. It is environmentally friendly and footprint also less footprint is recorded this one. And one more thing I will say you proudly, whatever previous competent participant is told, Pondicherry beach restoration is did by one of our associated company. It is proudly I will say thanks to Dr. Ramanamurthy. He is only associated this project at the time. Thank you. Thank you for. One more thing I have to say one thing. For Ministry of Earth Science, whatever record for industry side, we are ready to support for any support, R&D support or anything. We are ready to support. Thanks for giving this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I know that this is one of the unique demonstration project of fresh water from the ocean without spoiling the environment, but also we are enhancing the ecosystem so that the fisheries productivity is increased in the Lakshadweep area. I think we need to develop such more technology in the coming years. So lastly, I request Dr. Ramanamurthy to say a few words about the deep ocean mission and overall what are the, especially in the shoreline changes and the health of the ocean, all related aspects.
Dignitaries on dais and then off the dais and delegates and many participants from the various institutions. First of all, I would like to thank Department of Science and Technology. The entire team has been working for last 2 days for making this event successful for us. So coming to the deep ocean mission, I think we know all from the future food, energy, water and also from the minerals will come from the ocean. There is a lot of scope for exploring these things in the ocean. This deep ocean mission is basically launched to see that what are all the unexplored areas in the ocean can be explored and then that will be used for the mankind. We are trying to involve NGOs, industry and then various scientific organizations. To highlight that what Secretary Ministry of Earth Science has told, we are going to have a call for proposal for deep ocean mission activities under the 6 verticals which will be released shortly in the coming week, and then we request all the state governments as well as for the industries to participate and then see that how we can take it big on that. Coming to the center-state relations for that, state and center, it has to go, our Honorable Prime Minister has already told, it should go one and together for that. Unless we have a good cooperation or synergy between central government institutions and then state institutions, it will not go for that. Ultimately, the benefits have to be derived from the state. Even though the technology is provided by the state, can be a CSR or Department of Science and Technology, whatever the ministries are there, the beneficiaries are all basically from the states. So we should have more such kind of conclaves and then collaborations in the future with state. In fact, this is the first of our nature to see how center and state can collaborate each other. With these few words, due to the paucity of time, once again, I thank all of you for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ramanamurthy. I think our panelist has shared many of the deep ocean mission, some of the pilot project and also what are the plans in the future, what they will to do. I think you can see that in the panelists, right from the climate scientists and then civic society and the oceanographer and the leadership role and the leaders and then state implementing agency and private partners and fisheries and the other leaders. So we have various kinds of spectrum and we need to, it is to be typical way we need to work together for the benefit of anything to translate whatever the science or technology to the society and services. I think at the same time, United Nations, I think I mentioned about India's vision in 2030. Of course, that 47 will come later. In 2030, one of the vertical is, 6th vertical is blue economy. At the same time frame, UN also has declared one of the main mission is considering the importance of the ocean and UN Decade of Oceans from 2021 to 2030. Of course, the main objective of the UN Decade of the Ocean is to have what science we need for what ocean we want to have. That's the main purpose. But of course, we should have aim to have a clean ocean, healthy ocean, resilient ocean, productive ocean, predictive ocean, safe ocean, accessible ocean, inspiring and engaging ocean. That is what we need. So hope all we will work together for that purpose. Now I quickly ask any of the pressing points our panelists want to convey. One or two sentences you can convey. Otherwise, we will ask one or two questions from the audience. Then we can close our session. Okay, from audience, any quick questions or anything? Okay, if there is no question, then maybe we can all clear or no clear. So thank you very much, and I think we will close the session now. Thank you.
Many thanks to our moderator and our esteemed panelists for a thought-provoking session. We now request all of you to come forward for a group photo. Thank you so much, everyone. We will shortly start our concluding session. Please remain seated.
A very good evening to one and all. Thank you all and our sincere gratitude to our dignitaries on the dais, our representatives from states, union territories, scientific ministries, startups, and budding entrepreneurs and innovators joining us for 2 days Center State Science Conclave. We are in our concluding session. I will request our Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Dr. Chandrasekhar, for his remarks.
Honorable Minister for Science and Technology, Dr. Jitu Singh ji, Honorable Minister for Science and Technology, Gujarat Government, dignitaries on the stage, friends in the audience. I'm happy that this concluding session has begun now, and the Center State Science Conclave, which is aptly inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister, really has energized all of us for the last 2 days, and the discussions have been very fruitful. The Ministry of Science and Technology, under the leadership of Dr. Jitu Singh ji, is always open to bring in decisive changes in the system to strengthen the center-state partnerships in science and technology. We have seen the Gujarat model, which has showcased the kind of activities in this campus. I'm also happy that the Indian science and technology has risen to the commendable position as compared to science a decade ago. Technology translation is the next big thing in front of our scientific community. Indians are good at doing best science, known for frugal engineering, but need to embed value addition to their research through technology orientation. The Union government has put forward several means to foster novel, transformative and impactful research ecosystem through a strong industry-academia collaboration and also now the center-state relations. Another development I feel important worth talking today is the liberalized guidelines for the geospatial policy. And we're already seeing the success stories in the startups which have displayed their stalls in this campus. We also launched a new program called State University Research Excellence, where exclusively state universities are given a grant to promote science and technology. The 2-day discussions have promised several level playing fields, and we must all resolve to translate the recommendations of this conclave into policies, programs, and actions that deliver results. Substantial funding has been provided to states through state S&T councils, and we are willing to work more closely after this event. I know that several S&T state councils, including that of Gujarat, Karnataka, Punjab, Kerala, Uttarakhand, are performing exceedingly well, but now we believe that there should be a competition built amongst all of us to see that every state competes with other states, to see that everyone excels. The conclave is ending, but I'm sure it's the beginning of several S&T frontiers of common interest. We shall resolve to do better for a better future. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chandrasekhar, for your remarks and the new interventions to be taken forward. Now I take pleasure in inviting our Principal Scientific Advisor to Government of India, Professor Sood, to present brief recommendations that